Hello everyone and welcome to Swim or Sink number 33. I'm Shad, joined by DRF, and we are very, very sorry for the delay because it's been a wild ride backstage so far.
Yep, absolutely. But thank you so much to all of the fantastic TOs, here at IPL that are running SOS today, for getting all that sorted out. So, a bit of a delay, but nonetheless, I think we're gonna get right. We're, finally on the road here. We're gonna be bringing you a fantastic matchup soon enough, as we start to get these teams into the lobby and whatnot.
So we do appreciate all 43 or so of you who have stuck around so far for the stream, even though not a lot has happened. But we hope to bring some exciting action with Mahi-Mahi Monsoon versus Inkstrike Inklings, the battle of the low ink teams, because if I remember correctly, both these teams are low ink eligible. Another IPL tournament that'll take place later this month.
Yeah, actually. So, like you said, both of these are Div 5 teams, actually. They both played in Division 5 in this past Ludi season, so both teams are going to be probably giving it a go this month in low ink, which is going to be a fun one to watch. Inkstrike, Inklings, Mahi-Mahi Monsoon, at least for me personally, definitely I think top 10 contenders to win this upcoming low ink. So this is going to be a pretty good matchup in my opinion for this first round here today.
I'm pretty sure that my team actually fought one of them during the past Ludi set. Whichever one it was, I'm pretty sure that they won. I can't tell you much about them, though, because my brain was completely fried during the last reset. I have heard of a couple of the different players, though. Reef, obviously, he's involved with IPL stuff behind the scenes as well for other tournaments. On Mahi-Mahi Monsoon, heard of Cynthia, heard of Echo. I don't really recall what they play. If anyone in the chat does and they want to help us out, that'd be great. But we're going to start off on Splatoon's Inkling Art Academy. Are there any weapons you like playing on this map you want to see on this map, maybe?
Ooh. Definitely for Splatoon's Inkling Art Academy, you're gonna definitely want to have a backline. I definitely am. For me personally, I'm used to playing with Splatlings on this map. Well, I should say Splatling teammates, because I myself play more of a slosher. But backline is gonna be pretty helpful here. Just being able to kind of hold snipe, hold your own plat, and being able to ink both sides of this zone, as this zone is pretty divided by that center pillar.
Well, we do see on the side of Mahi-Mahi Monsoon, no backline. The side of what's it called?
Inkstrike Inklings.
Inkstrike Inklings, sorry. Cat using the sniper. Both teams surprisingly have a mini, which is a weapon that I personally haven't seen a lot lately. Then Junior and Inkjet Octobrush on the side of Inkstrike Inklings. Meanwhile, we're rounded out by an Enzab, have K-Shot and Kensagal on the side of Mahi-Mahi Monsoon. Already one down on the side of Mahi-Mahi Monsoon. Looks like J-Dog probably they got that one. He's going to back off a little bit while that gal tries to take him out. Inkjet out as well, forcing a Booyah Bomb from said gal. Already in control of the zone, Mahi-Mahi Monsoon, but Inkstrike Inklings is going to take that back very quickly.
Yeah, definitely, and with that, the lead. So Inkstrike Inkling's going to be taking the early lead here, as Mahi-Mahi Monsoon trying to get their numbers back up, and it seems like they're trying to build up some specials as well. But Inkstrike Inkling's doing a fantastic job of applying pressure onto their plat. But the charger is going to go down there, so that's going to be a huge boost for Mahi-Mahi Monsoon to get back into this, and they're going to drop all down into this zone and recap it. Fantastic job there. Great team coordination to take down that charger and just make a move on that zone.
Yeah, Cynthia did a real good job to team up with Andu to take down the Brush as well, turning that 1v1 into a 2v1 definitely really helps Mahi-Mahi Monsoon. The Bomb Rush is out from the Charger. The Brush is down on the side of Inkstrike Inklings again. Charger down as well. That was probably a little ill-advised of a rush. Mahi-Mahi Monsoon are going to take the lead down as another goes down. They are just staggering in. Inkstrike Inklings really needs to get their foot in the door here, but they also need to like take a step back. They need to get their specials. They need to push in a coordinated fashion, not just rush the zone one by one.
Yeah, and the only person to have that special ready is this Octobrush. They're going to be popping this Inkjet as soon as they build up that special, actually. And unfortunately, not going to be able to take anybody down and instead go down themselves to Andu, who's rocking that K-Shot. So that's going to be a 2-down situation for the Inkstrike Inklings. But luckily, they managed to actually recap the zone and force a pretty hefty penalty on to Mahi-Mahi Monsoon. So even though Mahi-Mahi Monsoon still has a pretty sizable numbers advantage here, they're going to have to work through a pretty large penalty before they can put more points on the board.
Yeah, Mahi-Mahi Monsoon comp here. It has a lot of firepower, has a lot of painting power. The Gal can definitely kill very quickly, which sort of compensates for the mini and to a lesser extent the Enzat. So even though they don't have a backline, which is always helpful on the stage, they're still doing a very good job. A 3-down on the side of Inkstrike Inklings, that is not going to be very helpful for them at all.
And
4-down, that is delayed wipe. Echo is doing a great job with that mini right there.
Absolutely. Just honestly doing a great job of, kind of, playing a very kind of midline position here, rotating back and forth, kind of stepping back to launch these missiles and then moving forward to kind of support some of their teammates there. So fantastic job by Echo, and they're going to be really close to taking down this entire penalty. Inkstrike Inklings do go 2 down though, so this is going to spell huge trouble for them, but they do get 2 down on the side of Mahi-Mahi Monsoon, and this is a complete stalemate in the zone right now. The Mahi-Mahi Monsoon manages to recap the zone for about 3 more seconds there before the Inkstrike Inklings doing a great job of cleaning up this zone and forcing yet another big penalty onto Mahi-Mahi Monsoon, and they're going to get another shot at this.
Really, what Inkstrike Inklings needs to do is they need to get onto that plat. They need to stop Mahi-Mahi Monsoon from coming in. The Charger's in mid, and that's helpful, but they need to keep that plat. And unfortunately, 3 go down on the side of Inkstrike Inklings, a little flank from the right, from I believe the K-Shot, taking out the Charger and just leaving one of them up to deal with it.
Yeah, and I absolutely love that, just coordination there. They're doing a great job of just putting pressure on to this Charger. And that's really what's kind of spelling Inkstrike Inklings' doom right now, is that their backline can't hold their position, and like you said, they're not moving up either. So it ends up just being pretty easy pickings for Mahi-Mahi Monsoon as they recap the zone and bring it down to 11 points remaining, and yet 3 down again for Mahi-Mahi Monsoon, and Inkstrike Inklings still breathing life in this game, although now they're gonna have to hold on to this zone as we approach the last 15 seconds of this game. But Mahi-Mahi Monsoon in control once again with 2 down on the side of Inkstrike Inklings, and with the Junior going down, this one looks all but done, barring a miracle. And there it is, Mahi-Mahi Monsoon running away with game 1.
Excellent work from Mahi-Mahi Monsoon. I really like their comp where they have the double missile, because that can apply a lot of pressure to zone very quickly, clear people out, force them to the sides. They were really smart. I mean, 10 missiles plus 6 Booyah Bombs and 6 armors. That's a lot of specials popped, and most of them, I would say, were used in an optimal fashion.
Yeah, I mean, very well put there, yeah. It was just honestly a great showing from Mahi-Mahi Monsoon in that first game. Just so much, great coordination there. Especially just, working on that Charger, because every time the Charger finally seemed like they established some position on the side of Inkstrike Inklings, suddenly a flank comes out of nowhere and just takes them out. And it just all fell apart for Inkstrike Inklings time after time in these situations. So now though, going on to the next game, Tower Control Anchovy Games, what do you think is going to change here possibly?
Well, Cat did swap out from the lobby. I know that our stream can't see that, but we can. Cat did swap out. They're not in the lobby right now, so it looks like Inkstrike Inklings might be swapping out their backline for something else. I would expect the Gal to stay. I would expect the armors to stay. I don't know if Mahi-Mahi Monsoon will go double missiles. I think they'll keep 1 missile. I don't know if they'll go 2.
Yeah, no, I think that's a pretty reasonable assumption there. I think the one missiles for sure I think is going to be pretty helpful here. The second, having a second missile, I guess it's really going to kind of depend on like how they round out the rest of this comp. But
Yeah.
I guess that'll remain to be seen.
I do think Inkstrike Inklings needs to do some heavy restructuring to comp. So technically, last game they were running a double support because they had the Charger, they had the Mini, the Junior, and the Brush. Double support's not impossible to pull off, but it's very difficult. It's a lot easier to pull off 2 Slayers, 1 support, 1 backline.
Yeah,
So I have to wonder if they're going to mess around with what roles people are playing and have one of the supports go something that has a bit more killing power. Like maybe swap the Junior for an NZAT, which, yeah, it's still a support weapon, but also has more killing power. They might not necessarily have the people to swap into a different role completely, but they can still mess around with the weapons within that role to try and optimize the situation as much as possible.
And the interesting thing is, like you pointed out, I believe Inkstrike Inklings did substitute out their backline, so unless it's some sort of internet issue and they're going to be jumping back in, it's going to be interesting to see who they bring in, because, like you said, that we're still I possibly seeing here the 2 support, 1 Slayer plus mystery position coming in. So kind of barring whoever comes in here, it might just be a complete restructure. We might be seeing everybody change weapons going into this next one. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see what they end up doing. But we're still kind of waiting on the substitution to come in.
Yeah, I mean, my team personally, we're about the same level as these guys. Normally what we run on this is we run a single missile, we do a backline, and then 2 Slayers. But we do have our substitution in finally. Cat has been replaced with Riley. I don't know anything about Riley, but we are very glad to have you in the lobby, Riley.
Yeah, so I think this seems to be a very thought out substitution, given the amount of time they took to have the substitution happen. So I'm sure that there was a lot of team discussion going on in that VC about who is the right fit to come in here, because Mahi-Mahi Monsoon in that second half of that Splatoon's game had complete control, and the backline just really wasn't working. So I'm sure there was a lot to be said there in terms of who's going to come in and really kind of anchor this team a little bit in just establishing position a little bit better, and possibly maybe someone who's going to be a little bit more aggressive and start to push up a little harder whenever they get those opportunities.
And we did see Mahi-Mahi Monsoon ready up very quickly. So my guess is if they're making comp changes, it's not going to be anything major.
Yeah, definitely not. Mahi-Mahi Monsoon, I will be surprised if we see anything major change, because they really got their footing in that second half of the match, and they know that they can best the Inkstrike Inklings, and they're just going to hope that they can continue this momentum heading into game 2.
So here we go. Tower Control Anchovy Games. Currently Mahi-Mahi Monsoon up 1-0 over Inkstrike Inklings. Teams loading in. We can see that Echo has swapped over to the Flingza roller. I believe that is the one with missiles. Yeah, it's a foil Flingza, so they are keeping the double missile, but a different weapon. Meanwhile, on the side of Inkstrike Inklings, they now have a Remix as their backline, and double armor.
Yeah, J-Dog rocking that Remix there is going to be really helpful with that Booyah Bomb. Booyah Bomb is just such a, staple sometimes with tower control, kind of putting together big stops late in the game. So we'll definitely be seeing some of that come out of J-Dog here. But let us get into some of the action here, as one member of the Inkstrike Inklings already going down, and Mahi-Mahi Monsoon already seeing another casualty of their own. But J-Dog going to be bringing out that Booyah Bomb, going to throw it at the fan, not able to get anybody, but somehow I think was able to kind of survive Andu making a move on them there.
just managed to jump out. Brush does go down. Missiles on spree as Mahi-Mahi Monsoon gets the tower to the first checkpoint. Their Booyah is out as well. He's going to toss it at the remix, and it looks like that might have actually found it. He's just going to charge missiles. 2 down on the side of Inkstrike Inklings. Not a good situation for them. They have a lot of trouble, it seems like, pushing up, and it might be due to the fact that, once again, they are running a double support combo.
Yeah, I think that's definitely starting to bite them a little bit here. And the missiles coming out yet again to push Riley back pretty far into their own base. But that is going to be 2 down on the side of Mahi-Mahi Monsoon. So this push seems just about over for them. But 36 points remaining with about a minute and a half into this match is a great push on Anchovy. Anchovy can be a relatively low-scoring match for the majority of the 5 minutes, but Mahi-Mahi Monsoon already coming out of the gate swinging, and now the Inkstrike Inklings looking to put points on the board for themselves. And they do get to this first checkpoint. However, they're going to be forced off the tower for now, and with a couple of trades going on, this is a complete bloodbath as the Inkstrike Inklings decide it is time to back up and reassess.
Backing up is very smart there, but they did not break that checkpoint. Cynthia going down to a mixture of splash damage from a bomb and splash damage from another bomb. Juniors love bombs. The 2 down on the side of Inkstrike Inklings. The Booyah Bomb gets chucked at the platform, but it's not going to do much. Honestly, I really wouldn't be pushing here because they are at a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, but
Mahi-Mahi Monsoon going to send their own Booyah Bomb towards the tower. It looks like they miss it just barely, but Zev is all alone. He's going to have to back up, otherwise he's going to die to Glizzy.
Yeah, it looks like they just wanted to try to get this up to the first checkpoint and then, hopefully recoup the numbers by then. But unfortunately, not able to make anything happen there. 1 down on each side at this point, and Mahi-Mahi Monsoon going to have a second person go down. So now Mahi-Mahi Monsoon's at the numbers disadvantage, and Inkstrike Inklings getting ready to make yet another move with this tower. However, the tower is going to kind of stall for a moment there as the Booyah Bomb does come out trying to take out Echo, but Echo very smart backs away from that. But Inkstrike Inklings go 3 down there, and now it is J-Dog who actually manages to get a couple of picks there as well, and this is a 1v1 as the rest of the Inkstrike Inklings try to jump onto this tower. 2 of them do go down right away, but they are going to continue to try to push this tower despite the numbers disadvantage at this point.
Yeah, they're really doing a good job at keeping that tower held over on that first checkpoint because they could, if they get the picks, can extend this push. Oh, but 2 go down to one of those suction bombs. I think Cynthia is the one tossing those out. 3 down on the side of Inkstrike Inklings because compared to 2 down on the side of Mahi-Mahi Monsoon, although 1 has since respawned, J-Dog's going to get back way up as it looks like the gal is pushing him along with the end zap. That is not a fight he wants to take, and he gets punished for trying to take it. Glizzy taking him out and taking out another one. He's going to go for a third, it looks like, but Rush is running away.
And the gal gonna get yet another pick there, and Mahi-Mahi Monsoon is ready to put more points on the board. The Booyah Bomb coming out from Glizzy, gonna be trying to zone out some of the players of Inkstrike Inklings, does get a pick with it as well, and this is the 3rd checkpoint already for them. With 30 seconds to go, they are in a fantastic position. They're going to keep trying to push this tower beyond this checkpoint, and they get 2 picks. It is only 1 person left, that is Cynthia from Mahi-Mahi Monsoon, but Cynthia's going to keep going anyways, and pushes us all the way to 6 points remaining. So now with 10 seconds to play, Inkstrike Inklings need to take this coast to coast. This is going to be a huge, huge comeback if they somehow manage to pull this off, but a bomb going to be able to take down Andu, and very shortly after that, it does not look like the Inkstrike Inklings were able to hold on to that tower.
Yeah, they were not able to get onto the tower at the end, it looks like, and that's why the game ended without really going into overtime. But props to Cynthia there for that last checkpoint play. They could have easily backed up. Would it have been the safer thing to do? Yeah, it would have been safer for them to back up, but they realized that they only had 2 ticks left on that timer, so instead of just backing off, they got through that checkpoint. That's an incredibly smart thing to do, and not a lot of lower level teams do that.
Yeah, and it's, it's interesting because there's kind of a smart move like that, because it's a very calculated move there, because there's forcing your way through a checkpoint, and then there is, just trying to, break that that checkpoint, but in a pretty strategic way where you're kind of just on the tower, off the tower. So that was not, completely forced. That was very well done by Cynthia to just to have an eye on where the numbers were for the Inkstrike Inklings, and they were able to just, play it safe and just slowly progress that tower until they broke that checkpoint. Even though they really didn't need it, it was still a very well done push.
Yeah, it was definitely a sacrificial play on Cynthia's part. They were most likely never going to get out of that alive once they chose to commit to that play, but if it was the case of needing to get those extra points to win, it's completely smart that they did that. But we're going to move straight on into Clamblit's Piranha Pit. Mahi-Mahi Monsoon, if they keep up the aggression that they have been displaying, they will run all over Inkstrike Inklings on this map. It's Clamblitz, this mode favors aggression heavily, more so than I would say even a mode like Rainmaker. Teams loading in, we can see that Mahi-Mahi Monsoon has swapped out the K-Shot for an Octo-Shot, so they have an Inkjet now. Meanwhile, on the side of Inkstrike Inklings, Bubble Jr. instead of Armor Jr., NZEP, and Ballpoint Nouveau. So, still rocking the double support or comp, but they do have bubbles, which will be excellent for pushing on this map.
Yeah, most definitely. And now, very early on, Glizzy is going to go down there, as well as the Junior and the Hatchie. We're going to be seeing a bit of a bloodbath early on, and that is going to be a complete wipe on the side of the Inkstrike Inklings. So now Mahi-Mahi Monsoon very quickly gathering all the clams, tossing them to each other. Great team coordination there, and a pile of clams just going into the basket at this point. The Inkstrike Inklings try to put something together to stop this. The bubble's actually going to be coming out. Very well done there, but that is going to be 3 down yet again on the side of Inkstrike Inklings. However, Mahi-Mahi Monsoon, without any more clams to continue to push, are going to settle for 47 points remaining.
Yeah, I mean, 1 minute down and into the match, and they already have over half the points on. Glizzy is going to get another power clam in very quickly. That's going to pick up that power clam, try and save it, but I don't think that's going to necessarily help. He's just broadcasting where he is. Andu is coming in as well, but it's splatted by Riley. So map's getting gradually more purple, but still lowered the penalty. Always a good thing.
Yeah, most definitely, because now that one power clam for Mahi-Mahi Monsoon is going to result in more points on the board, and with 44 points remaining, Inkstrike Inklings can't afford too many mistakes at this point, but Inkstrike Inklings do get a power clam in. However, they are also 2 down. So I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get any clams beyond the one power clam and the one they just threw in. It looks like 77 is what they will settle for, so a 1+1 for the Inkstrike Inklings as Mahi-Mahi Monsoon is looking to regain map control.
Plus, that just gives Mahi-Mahi Monsoon a free pity. They have given Mahi-Mahi Monsoon everything that they need to break that barrier and get 6 more points on the board without them having to collect the clams. 1 down on each team. As the map gets gradually painted yellow again, Echo going to try and charge up missiles with that Flingza. He's actually going to drop on 2 people. I think he might get punished for that. Yeah, he gets punished. He does get to trade on the Junior, but the ballpoint managing to take him out.
Yeah, the job well done there to J-Dog to putting a stop to that, because the Flingza was in a great position to actually possibly get a double there. So the trade, I think, was kind of just, we'll take that type of situation. But once again, Inkstrike Inklings do go down 2 members there, and a nice pick there from Andu. Andu looking for a double, but unfortunately does get shut down, and another trade happens between, I believe, the NZEP and the Octo Shot there. Glizzy now with a power clam of their own, looking to try to start something, but gonna smartly back up for now, as it seems like they might have somebody trying to make a move on the side of Inkstrike Inklings, but no, it seems like they actually just backed up just for the sake of backing up and establishing better positioning.
It is partially that, but it is partially that the Junior was over on the left. Cynthia does go down to those bubbles by Zaz, but now they really don't have any pushing specials, so they're going to have to get this power clam in through brute force. They're just going to have to try and get kills until the Junior gets those bubbles again. And although Junior does get the bubbles very quickly, it's time ticking away.
Yeah, most definitely. And Inkstrike Inklings with 19 clams to their name right now, adding on a couple more to that. But now the bubble's going to be coming out to try to brute force their way in. And a job well done getting 3 down on the side of Mahi-Mahi Monsoon. But Cynthia is going to be holding their own and shutting down this push for good. But right in the nick of time, as the Inkstrike Inklings push their score all the way down to 47 points remaining, Cynthia just put up an iron fence there and said, no more clams coming into my basket.
That was an MVP play right there for sure from Cynthia. Great work stopping that push, because it could have easily gone into a landslide push like we saw from Mahi-Mahi Monsoon at the beginning of the map. 1 down on each side of the team. Inkstrike Inklings losing their backline, meanwhile Mahi-Mahi Monsoon losing Blizzy to Gal. Now the Inkstrike Inklings are going to jump in with Power Clam, but Andrew's going to be right down there to kill the Power Clam as soon as it lands. Another Power Clam on the side of Inkstrike Inklings is ready as well, but that's pretty far back.
And the bubbles coming out once again. The bubbles is what got them, what got the Inkstrike Inklings that insanely big push last time, but the bubbles are ineffective this time. So now we're going to be heading into overtime, and they have about 15 seconds here to make a move. And they do get the Power Clam close to the basket, but unable to dunk it. It is a 3v1 though.
Inkstrike Inklings, I think. Because they just need 2 clams. If they can get 2 clams. And they get it! So I think Inkstrike Inklings got that one.
They actually pulled that off. That was absolutely insane. You know, I was getting really worried there because the bubbles were, you know, a big part of that push that got them within striking distance, and the bubbles just were completely ineffective there. It seemed for a moment, as you know, bubbles were kind of just completely shrunk down by Mahi-Mahi Monsoon. But you know, the rest of the team able to come in clutch and get a nice 3 down there, and be able to just, you know, push their way in and throw in that Power Clam plus a couple extra to secure the deal. And there you go, Inkstrike Inklings run away with game 3.
Yeah, so excellent work to Mahi-Mahi Monsoon and Inkstrike Inklings. Very good job for them as well for getting that one win off. That will definitely help them when seeding comes for pools. I think we're going to move straight into our round 2.
Is that so?
Which, yeah, I'm pretty sure we are. Oh no, we're going to have the time to take a small break, so we'll be back with round 2 shortly.
Stay tuned.
Guess what, everyone? We're back. Did you miss us? Welcome back to Swim or Sink 33. It feels like it has been an age. But we are coming with you now with Summit versus Healthy Diet Food Groups.
Yeah, this is gonna be a real fun one actually. So Summit is a pretty new team. They were actually just established last week. So this is gonna be pretty exciting to see them. I believe this is their second tournament together. So this is going to be real fun to kind of see what they're more about. I didn't get to see them last week, so I'm excited to really see what they have here. And they're going to be going up against Healthy Diet Food Groups, which, pretty well-established team here. A lot of, great players between these two teams. And this is just going to be, I think, one hell of a match.
Yeah, I recognize the names of the people on Summit, but I don't know a ton about them because, like you said, they're a new team. I believe Q used to be on Vitamin C, and then, ironically enough, on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups, Krill also used to be on Vitamin C, so it's a little bit of a Vitamin C reunion.
Nice. Yeah, I had the pleasure of getting my butt kicked by Krim in this past Ludi season. Krim is just a phenomenal slosher player. I do believe that they play a couple other weapons, but slosher being one of their most fine weapons. Absolutely lethal with that. But we're going to be diving right into this game one here, which is going to be Rainmaker on Starfish main stage. So taking a look at some of the compositions here, Shads, what do we see?
I see a bamboo, and that makes me extremely happy. I kind of expected it from Bloffer. Great charger player, great bamboo player. We see a roller from Shiba Inu, who henceforth I shall refer to as Shiba. Classic Ninja Squid, Stealth Jump, Junior, and Krim on that Soda Slosher. Soda Slosher also on the side of Summit, as well as a Kensa Slosher, so double Slosher comp. But two go down on the side of Summit really quickly. The Enzab and the Slosher make that 3, but 2 down on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. Oh, 3 down on each side. It's a 1v1. And we get the splashdown cancel. Excellent there from Ziff.
Great play there, and now it is going to be Healthy Diet Food Groups that is going to make the first move with the Rainmaker. So just an absolute bloodbath here in the first 45 seconds of this game, and big on the board for the Healthy Diet Food Groups. However, this is Starfish main stage. This is going to be a relatively high-scoring game, and right out of the gate, 29 points remaining is pretty solid, but it is never safe on Starfish main stage.
Yeah, 29 is not a bad push, especially for a first push, but I wouldn't call anything safe on Starfish until maybe around like the 15th. See, the two Sloshers really working hard to keep people off the top ledges. One down on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups, with the Rainmaker going down on the side of Summit, again to Ziff Jr., who got that great cancel earlier.
Yeah, and 38 points remaining. I mean, that's what they're going to settle for now, as 2 members do go down on the side of Summit, so they're not going to be able to push this much at all at this point. But once again, we're like 2 minutes into this, and this is a very high-scoring matchup. And now the teams are going to be fighting for this reset here. Summit does get the pop, actually, which does give them a lot of that center map control. The splashdown coming in, but unfortunately not going to be able to hit anything, as the bamboo doing some damage here, taking down 2 members on the side of Summit, I believe, and they pick up the Rainmaker. They're going to be looking to bring this back to where they had left off, but they're going to take it a little bit slower this time, it seems, as they don't have as significant of a numbers advantage.
Well, they have Duboffer 2 going down to that machine. Got a nice pick. 2 down on the side of Summit, though, so this push could still get some points off it from Healthy Diet Food Groups. Q's going to push up really hard. Shiba Inu's going for the flank on that machine, but I don't think he's got the paint for it. He's going to have to back up a little bit.
Yeah, most definitely. Summit does have a pretty solid control of their side, and it does seem like the roller tried to make a move on the Rainmaker there, but fell just shy before getting shut down, and the Rainmaker reset there. But now it is going to be Q popping out the Inkjet, trying to get a few picks here. Unfortunately, doesn't get anything except going down themselves to the Soda Slosher. And now it is going to be a 2v1 situation in favor of the Healthy Diet Food Groups. And now Healthy Diet Food Groups picking up this Rainmaker, and once again looking to put more points up on the board.
Yeah, Jack's going to launch his armor, try and see if he can help his team push into the street there. He's going to get Ziff, and so no armor for the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. Grim also going down to 3 down. It's going to be a wipe, probably, on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. Yeah, delayed wipe there because Flopper goes down to possibly a bomb or a flank. Couldn't see exactly what. But this is actually a very good position for Summit to have the Rainmaker in. It's safely in their territory, what's painted green on the map, so they can pick it up without a lot of worry. But it's also not super far back, so they're able to push it up if they get the picks. And Krim goes down to the Rainmaker there. They really need to get Bloffer down since that bamboo is going to cause a lot of problems with the paint on the ground.
And it looks like that they are trying to make a move on the bamboo, as I think that is the Slosher trying to do something about it. Unfortunately, the bamboo does very smartly back up there, and a couple, I think that's one more point on the board for Summit. Unfortunately, that's not going to be good enough quite yet. So they're going to be stuck at 37 points remaining with 40 seconds to go. And with the Healthy Diet Food Groups back in control of their own base, this is probably going to be a reset, and Summit's going to have, you know, less than 30 seconds to make something happen.
Yeah, but oh, never mind. I was going to say, Summit does have access to the Inkjet and the Splashdown, but the Inkjet is gone now, courtesy of that trade from Shiba. Looks like... But they are very close to the Burst Bomb Rush. They're very close to the Inkjet. Splashdown does get popped, doesn't get anyone, and unfortunately, two of them going down on the side of Summit as they rush in to try and grab that Rainmaker at the last second. They do get the pop, but one of them's going to have to pick up the Rainmaker. Oh, and that bomb just finds it. The bomb from Ziff, I believe. Ziff or the Slosher, since that's the only one that has flat bombs. First game going to Healthy Diet Food Groups.
What a phenomenal showing just in this first game alone. I mean, just constant back and forth action here between these two teams. It's just very high scoring. They kept the pace and the intensity up from the first second till the time ran out there.
It's like once one person popped their specials, it was like everyone popped their specials. Just boom, boom, boom. I saw a couple water balloon flights as the two Sloshers did burst bomb rushes at each other.
Oh man,
we're gonna move on to Humpback Pump Track Splat Zones. I would expect to see Booyah Bombs here.
Yes.
My heart wants to see an E-Waiter here, because E-Waiter's not a bad backline here.
It actually isn't.
My guess is we will probably see Booyah Bombs from the team. I don't know if anybody on the teams play Dynamo. Shiba might, since they played Roller last game. Do you think we will see the Aerospray PG meme?
Oh, that's a tough one. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know these two teams well enough to say if they have an Aerospray composition in their pockets. But I just don't think it's gonna happen here necessarily. Just kind of given what they've all been running, or what they had run in that first game.
I would expect to see the Sloshers stay. Humpback
yes,
has a lot of changes in elevation. So
it's just kind of a matter of which Sloshers are actually going to be picked up here. So, because, you know, Tri-Slosher is definitely, pretty much any Slosher is good. Tri-Slosher going to be really good here, you know, providing some armor, going to be able to, you know, make moves on the zone with that armor, or even start to push up into the enemy base. Or if you even decide to go with the Navo, the rain definitely going to be helpful to just either A, ink the zone, or B, just, you know, throw the rain onto the opposition's like plat and, you know, kind of push them around. And we do see a Navo actually coming out from Havoc.
So both sides do have a backline. Leo going with the Exploiter. I believe that's the Baller one, if I'm not mistaken. I could be very wrong on that. On the side of Summit, the Soda Slosher swaps to a regular Slosher for the missiles, and complete wipe on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups is Summit is just going... No, a complete wipe on the side of Summit, sorry, for very quickly in the matches, Healthy Diet Food Groups is going to rush up and try and get as much ground as they can. Splashdown cancel not able to happen, although they do manage to get the kill on Shiba after that Splashdown lands. Looks like Krim is going to get a nice kill there in that corner, but he's going to fight that Slosher down. I'm not sure if he'll be able to get that pick, especially since he's fighting a 2v1.
But Krim still holding their own. Unfortunately, it finally does go down to that custom Explosher. The Explosher doing a great job here of just, getting a couple of nice picks and helping to ink this zone up a little bit. It does, force the penalty onto the Healthy Diet food groups. But, unfortunately, they really haven't had an opportunity to hold on to the zone for long. But as I say that is 2 down on the side of Healthy Diet food groups, make it 3. And they are looking for Krim at this point to wrap this one up. And there it is, a nice pick on Krim. They now have Healthy Diet food groups staggered a little bit, and they're going to be searching for the lead here.
Yeah, it is important to know, though, Healthy Diet food groups does have one special ready, and they are charging their other ones rapidly. So even though they aren't going to have the lead after this, Shiba's getting a beautiful pick there on the Explosion. Not able to get anyone that splash down, but he also didn't get canceled, which is very important. He's going to go and try and get the K-shot over on the left, or the Zap, whichever one it is. They're forced to jump out. So very good work there from them.
Yeah, and Chiba just doing a great job of not even letting Summit drop down from their plat. And that does stall them long enough to secure this lead here. But now Summit going to be making a move on this zone, trying to paint it. And they do flip it back to their possession. And with 1 down on the side of Healthy Diet food groups, a minor numbers advantage. But they also do have specials, to help them out. But as I say that, the Nouveau does go down with that rain at the ready. And now it's a pretty even matchup here as both teams scramble to get possession of this zone.
Yeah, Blavik taken out there right when he got his bomb rush as well, but 2 down on the side of Summit, so that's going to cause some problems for them. Hopefully that food group going to come back in and get this zone. Leo forced to jump out between the charger and the missile. 2 down on the side of Summit as Blavik gets a beautiful pick there on one of the people on plat.
And Healthy Diet food group's going to be very quick to get through this penalty, actually. So they're going to be putting up significant points on the board here as the Rollers already trying to, make this as difficult as possible for Summit. Summit now kind of getting into a little bit of a desperation mode, it might seem. Trying to make a move on this zone as that score continues to tick down with under 10 points remaining. That is a wipe, I believe, on the side of Summit. And Healthy Diet food groups is going to run away with game number 2.
I think that surprised a lot of people, because looking at the people in the chat, it looks like a lot of people expected Summit to take this.
Yeah, but I think so, honestly. Like, Summit just, kind of, entered the scene, and I feel like there was a lot of just premature high expectations, and maybe this is just them still trying to figure out exactly what is this comp, and what is this team, how is this going to work. And Healthy Diet food groups, is just a phenomenal team as well. So I think it's definitely Summit still trying to kind of find their footing a little bit and still feel out this team. Of course, they did with losing game 2, they did lose this set. However, game number 3, still very, very important. Summit can establish themselves into a pretty good position for that top cut bracket if they can find a way to secure a victory here.
And they're going to have to do that on tower control of the Reef. Healthy Diet food groups readied up very quickly. I would expect little to no changes from their comp. Leo is probably going to swap off that Explosion for Summit. Not sure what other comp changes they'll make.
All right, well, I guess we'll find out right now as we head very quickly into this game 3 here.
We see Krim pulling out the dualies, specifically the vanilla Glugas. Now, that is something that you don't see a lot. Glugas are honestly really kind of a specialty dually. Very few people know how to play them well, so it's going to be great to see what he can do with them. Meanwhile, on the side of Summit, we see a bamboo to match the bamboo that Bloffer pulled out, so we're going to have a bamboo fight. He's forced to drop, though, because Shiba coming up very quickly on that bamboo to help his team get 3 down on the side of Summit, but 2 down on the side of Healthy Diet food. They're not going to really make a big push off of this.
No, not at all. And, both these teams are playing pedal to the metal right now as, just picks left and right. Very, very aggressive from both teams to start. But it is Healthy Diet food groups that are actually going to get through this first checkpoint. So as we were saying, we weren't expecting, a major push here, but here we are already approaching checkpoint number 2. These checkpoints are, very short checkpoints. So they're going to go through them very, very quickly. But Summit luckily able to put a stop to that second checkpoint. However, it looks like it's the Junior that does get back onto that tower, and they're going to be trying to break through that second checkpoint, so that way it makes the rest of this game a lot easier for them.
Krill taking on the 2v1 over on the side of Summit, its court. Don't know if he managed to get anyone there. Roller going down on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. Oh, on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. 3 down on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups, actually, in my little blurb there. So, good stop there on the side of Summit. Leo with the bamboo pushing way up onto the bridge to try and hold that. Roller looks like he's going to try and go for a pick on him, though.
And that is... Healthy Diet Food Group does have 1 member down, and Summit does have 3 specials at the ready. And it seems like they do launch all of them almost simultaneously. So they are... This is their move right now. This is Summit's move. And they're trying to put everything into this push right now that they possibly could. And it does, kind of get them going here, but I think that tower... they got into that tower a tad late. So they're not going to get as many points on this as I think they reasonably could have, and it looks like 69 points is what might be it for them on this push.
Yeah, Dak was smart there to jump out, save that armor for later. Roller is going to find Timbo, so unfortunate there. Roller does get taken out by Havoc. 2 down on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups as well as the side of Summit. People are respawning. So Tower's on the move again for Summit, but Krim's going to try and get that bridge back under control. And if they can take back that bridge, that's going to make it easy to get to that tower. Oh, but 2 down on the side of Healthy Diet Food Group. Summit will take the lead here and break through that second checkpoint.
Absolutely huge for them right now, as Shiba Inu is playing from behind at this point, so it's going to be interesting if they actually are aware that Shiba is there, and I don't think they were. Shiba is able to get 1 pick, but does go down themselves, and this tower is all the way down to 6 points remaining, with 2 down on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. Make it 3, that is a complete wipe! My goodness, can't they get on the tower, though? It looks like they're struggling to just do that. This does give Healthy Diet Food Groups a chance to stay, but unfortunately, Summit able to stay on the tower just long enough to secure the knockout.
Excellent. Come from behind win there for Summit. And I think it finally clicks for me why I know Leo's name. I'm pretty sure that is Leo that used to be on Persistence, Leonidas. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. But the bamboo kit looks familiar, so it might be him. But still, excellent come from behind win there, because at the beginning, Healthy Diet Food Group was all over Summit.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just a great, I guess, redemption game for Summit there in game number 3. And like I said, I really feel like those first 2 games with them just, sort of finding their footing with this Healthy Diet Food Groups, because these 2 teams are pretty evenly matched. And Summit, still a relatively new team, possibly still trying to kind of, feel out a couple of things. And I think they made some great adjustments there in game 3, and, put together that awesome come from behind victory.
Yeah, excellent work to both teams. Great set. I don't know are we moving on to the next set right away? I think we might be. Yeah, we'll be moving on to the next set shortly. So I don't think we'll go to break. But it looks like that the next set will be Twice versus Fight Club. So you know what they say about the Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club. You don't talk about the Fight Club. So I am very sorry, everyone. We will not be able to stream this set.
So wait, who is Twice playing?
Twice is gonna get into the lobby and they're gonna play themselves.
Oh, okay. So is it like a 2v2? Is this like Duel Link now or something?
Maybe. We have to see if we'll get in trouble for taking their idea. Oh, we do have confirmation from Mr. Magic Streamer Man Kraken himself that IPL did run a 2v2 tournament before Duel Link did, so we don't actually have to ask them.
Wow. So, I actually never knew that, so that's actually kind of cool. But alas, I think we do. Apparently, Fight Club is real. So they are gonna be joining us here. And we are going to be diving into this first game pretty shortly, though. It is going to be Clamblitz on New Albacore Hotel. So thoughts on this one?
Well, my thought is that the streamer is going to restart the room, because right now it's set for Clamblitz to reef on our end.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, that's a little bit awkward. Yeah. So they'll go ahead and figure that out. I'm sure that I'm guessing one of the teams probably had a bye, whoever was hosting, and they forgot to advance around when kind of going through the map list there. But that is all right. We'll get that sorted out very shortly. But anyways, yes, Clamblitz New Albacore Hotel. This is a pretty interesting map mode combo. It's kind of one of those map modes that doesn't come up a whole lot in competitive, but when it does, I always think it's one of the most exciting map mode combos, especially for Clamblitz. There's just so many great games that come out of this.
Yeah, it is. It's always fun to watch. Personally, I don't like playing it. I love watching it, though. It's amazing. All the action just moves so fast on it, and even though it's a really big map, it always seems like at the end of the day, the action really gets entered at the bridge, and that's where the biggest bloodbaths happen.
Yes, most definitely. And I feel like with Clamblitz, this is... Well, so just in general, New Albacore Hotel is a very, open map. It's a lot of, backlines and midlines. Slayers tend to have a little bit of a more difficult time here, but I feel like Clamblitz tends to be a semi-exception to that, as you typically do see a lot of people playing very aggressive. You're going to be seeing a lot of flanks. There's just so many different ways to approach this basket and get behind enemy lines that that having a Slayer that can do that and do that well, so effective here.
Yeah, I have to wonder what the people are going to play. I see Ether on the roster list. If I remember correctly, it's Ether from what used to be Technical Machines, which is sadly a dead team now, but he plays Slosher.
Nice.
Frosh, I recognize his name. I believe he does stuff for IPL. Not sure 100% what weapons he plays. Chicharron or Chicha, as he'll be listed as in the game, plays Slayers. And I think maybe Junior.
Great.
Don't know what Zuckinator plays or Wooman. If Rep is Republic, that's the Splatling player, which will be helpful on Clamblitz Albacore. Splatling, I would say, it's a better backline for this map for Clamblitz, just because of how fast it can kill things. And you can make Charger work on it, but it's a bit crowded by the Clam basket. So I always found personally that Splatlings are much better.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think with this map mode combo, it's, you really can't go wrong with most backline midlines. So we'll kind of have to see what they do end up bringing out here. So we are going to dive into this. So here we go. Game number 1 between these two teams here. So Shads, tell us what you see here for our compositions.
I see an E-leader, which really surprises me because I personally am not a fan of E-leader on Clamblitz. It's a very fast-paced mode. I mean, this is one of the maps that you could make it work on for sure if they're good at hitting all their shots. So we'll have to see how it goes. I see it looks like a heavy deco on the side of Fight Club. I believe that's probably run by Republic, which is an interesting choice. It's definitely the heavy that you see the least. It never really took off like the Remix did or the Vanilla did. Either on the Soda Slosher, we can see Vanilla Dually Squelchers. Again, interesting pick. I usually see the custom Dually Squelchers more. So yeah, overall, interesting weapons.
Definitely, and both these teams, gathering a lot of clams here, kind of a bit of a stalemate there, and the Squeezer is gonna go down on the side of Twice, and the Splatling gonna go down as well, and just a constant just chain of kills here. But it is gonna be Zuck that proceeds towards the basket, but no! Oh, out of nowhere, Twice does get the basket. That does make the barrier there, so they do get a couple clams in as well. So 71 points remaining, a solid push for just coming out of left field entirely. But now it is going to be Fight Club who returns the favor almost immediately. And they are 2 clams away from taking this lead. They have 18 clams to their name right now, but unfortunately not going to be able to get any closer to the basket. A great defensive possession there from Twice to put a stop to this. Unfortunately, they do end up in a numbers disadvantage still, but at least they need to wait for the basket to come back down before Fight Club can make another move, and that allows Twice to come back and build up their numbers once again, as Rep needs to back up with this power clam.
Yeah, Fight Club almost had another push going, but they didn't have the specials to do it, and so Republic had to back off there, especially because of the bombs. Good use of the wall there by him. Just barely dying to, looks like maybe Squeezer. 2 down on the side of Fight Club. Either's going to run in and try and get some clams. Not able to do it, but they do manage to get their score all the way down to 49. So, yeah, costly of a full wipe, but I would say good push off of that full wipe. Frost is going to toss his clam back to the E-Leader to hold. Good strategy there. E-Leader's not going to move a lot. Better to have them hold the power clam. People are going to see where they are with the laser anyways. They're going to push the bridge really hard, it looks like, but Republic is doing a good job guarding it with that Splatling and those walls.
All right, and now we do see Zuck going around and collecting some clams here, trying to build up some of that clam economy, but it is One Shot that's going to be jumping in and making a move towards the basket, but gets shut down even before I think they could touch the ground there. A great stop by Zuck there. To just to just get rid of that power clam, and now Fight Club back with the numbers advantage and starting to build up some specials here. It seems to make a move on the basket. They do have 20 clams to their name at this point, and it seems like they are going to try to take this ramp on the far left side. If they could get a couple picks before doing so. Unfortunately, they do go 2 down themselves, so not going to be the push that we might have anticipated here from Fight Club, and Twice now starting to build up some clams of their own and possibly making a move here in a little bit.
Yeah, Twice is doing a really good job in shutting down that push before they even get going. Squeezer's going to come in with the bubbles. He's going to pop 2 of them really quick though. One jump in with the clam. One Shot is going to jump in, and then he's going to die 3 down on the side of Twice. The only one left is Chicha. He's going to have to jump out, not able to get the lead off of that. So ultimately, good push from them, not enough to take the lead though, and there's only 1 minute left remaining. They really have to get another big push in like that if they want to get the lead and get it to like a safe part where they aren't in immediate danger if overtime happens.
Well, Twice actually, with 1 power clam, would tie the game, so they would need a 1+1 to at least get in to get that lead. But first of all, they need to put a stop here to Fight Club's push, as Lumen is going to be able to throw that power clam in, and that's going to erase that penalty and add 1 to the score. They do get an additional clam in here, and unfortunately that's going to be 2 down on the side of Twice, so a bunch more clams coming in for Fight Club now, and they bring their score all the way down to 27 points remaining. 2 members of Fight Club still up though. However, they don't have any clams to keep this push going, and with 10 seconds to play, somebody's gonna need to grab this power clam on the side of Twice and start making a move. However, all of them are stuck inside their base, and it is a long ways to go to travel with that power clam. But Zuck gonna be jumping in with the killing blow and nails it to secure Fight Club's Game 1 victory.
I guess that's why you don't talk about the Fight Club. But excellent work from them. Really, they just did a great job capitalizing off of the fact that Twice doesn't have that as fast of a moving team as Fight Club does, just by virtue of having that E-Leader as their backline. The Deco can move much faster. Great to see the Deco being picked and actually doing some good work there. And kudos to the rest of Fight Club as well for just going really all in on the slaying aspects and painting. They did a great job.
Oh yeah, most definitely. A lot of just great coordination there. Getting some nice picks there, and even if they were trades, it was kind of, done in a way where Twice ended up staggering just enough where somebody can slip in with that power clam, and the push was just a complete avalanche from there. They did a fantastic job of capitalizing on those moments, capitalizing on those picks and trades, and got that final push in there to kind of seal the deal and just put it out of reach for Twice.
Yeah, so it looks like next match will be Rainmaker on Anchovy Games.
Ooh.
I am excited. That is a fast-moving map mode combination.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be great to see, especially if Fight Club keeps up the aggression. And honestly, if Twice is totally capable of that same level of aggression.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's one of those, map modes where things can be a tad slow in the beginning, but as soon as, one team gets that, game-defining wipe or game-defining triple or something like that, it's just very, very high scoring from there. And, it kind of tends to be a little bit back and forth. So definitely something to anticipate here. But Shads, go ahead and tell us what are we seeing with these comps?
Okay, so Republic has swapped from the heavy deco to the traditional heavy, or in this case, the hero heavy. On the side of Twice, they've lost the E-Leader in favor of a Seja, which I like. It's a fast ray, and it's a much more aggressive backline weapon. 2 down quickly on the side of Fight Club. That would be Ether on the Slosher, and I'm not quite sure who's playing the end zap. And then they also have the Dolphin L3, which is Inkjet and Burst Bomb, I believe. The gal pushing up really far. Ooh, it looks like one shot actually took the left side flank that we never see used almost to get up onto that high ground over there. It is going to be a really quick KO for Twice.
Wow. My goodness. Yeah, I mean, and there we go. That was that, game-defining triple. They really just got Fight Club completely staggered there and were able to just get pick after pick. But one shot with that absolutely amazing flank to just completely throw Fight Club off its game, getting a couple of crucial picks there and just clear the entire way for that Rainmaker, bringing it all the way to 15 points remaining on that first push, and then very quickly being able to clean it up. A nice 100-0 knockout.
Amazing work there from Twice. Like I said, they're completely capable of having that aggression. Just having E-Leader on Clan Blitz really hurt them a bit. We do see, it looks like there will be a swap out for the last map mode, which is Splat Zone Skipper Pavilion.
Ooh. Yeah, I really like Splat Zone Skipper Pavilion. I think it's a lot of fun. Skipper Pavilion in general, just I think a fun map. Although I know, it's one of those that kind of has a love-hate relationship in the competitive community. I know some people will kind of pick at, it's not like radially symmetrical, whatever, so technically one team has like a slight advantage or whatnot. But I still think that with Splat Zones though, I think it still ends up being pretty even just because there are 2 ways to approach this zone, and that's either just taking that top side or going all the way down to the bottom and working your way up to that zone. So I definitely think that we'll see a bit of an aggressive fight up at the top to start between these 2 teams, just because we've seen how aggressive Fight Club can be in that game 1 and how aggressive Twice can be in that game 2. So definitely anticipate a complete bloodbath up towards that dojo.
Yeah, personally, I think that Splat Zone Skipper Pavilion is Skipper's most fair/balanced map mode. And since we know that One Shot plays E-Leader, I would really like to see One Shot play E-Leader here. If you can get the E-Leader set up on the bottom with enough protection, it can reach the entire zone and halfway up the slope. it's a phenomenal backline for this map. And since it's flat zones, the objective is stationary. It's not necessarily as fast-moving as Clan Blitz. It can really work here. But I would love to see One Shot play E-Leader.
Yeah, I mean, in One Shot, I mean, yeah, it's just a phenomenal backline player. I mean, just their charger is so good, and you know, I really feel like that they can rely on their teammates to kind of clear the way, because like you said, if they can establish themselves on the very bottom of this map, I think that Fight Club is going to be in for a world of hurt here. So they're going to have to do a good job of, you know, stopping those Slayers or trying to get behind the backline to you know, hopefully gain a bit of an advantage and get some control of this zone.
Yeah, the teams are loading in, and we do see One Shot on the E-Leader. I have made extremely happy. Republic on the Ballpoint Nouveau, kind of expected that pick from him. Etherback on the Soda Slosher, Zook and Lemon sticking with their tried and true NZEP and Vanilla Blue Slosher. Meanwhile, on the side of Twice, we have a K-Shot, a Camo Tent, Junior, and of course, the E-Leader. And already one down on the side of Fight Club. Ether, you can see that he's jumping in right away. He must have died very early on, but he goes down again. It looks like maybe to a bomb on his jump. Twice getting the first cap of the zone. Unfortunately, two do go down. So Fight Club is going to be able to cap that zone relatively quickly.
Yeah, and Fight Club going to be looking to get this lead early on, but like I was anticipating, there's just a lot of fighting happening on the top side of this zone here. Not very many people rotating to the bottom from either team, to be quite honest, and that was even true right out of the gates of this game here. And Fight Club going to continue to hold on to this zone as Twice manages to neutralize it for about a split second there, and finally they do manage to get control, slapping a 32-point penalty onto Fight Club. And Twice going to be very quick to try to get out of their own penalty here. However, they do go one down, so Fight Club going to be able to regain control of this zone and get another pick with it as well. So Twice backing up, going to reassess and try to put a stop to Fight Club's push here.
They do have the hammer that they can use to push in. One dude does go down on the side of Fight Club. The rain does come out. Looks like we might have a hammer soon. If Naya is going to pull that out, it doesn't look like it. It is important to note that Twice is running a double mine comp. Both the E-Leader and the Tent have mines, so if they can get those mines on zone, that will instantly neutralize it if Fight Club manages to happen. But they have to get it onto the zone first, and it looks like they're not really moving to do that. They're electing to keep it up on the top instead to get some chip damage in. Two down on the side of Twice as the ball tries to push into that zone. They do manage to cap. E-Leader is forced to jump out. It looks like the Tent goes down to someone.
And Fight Club going to be able to actually get out of this penalty. It is a 3v3 situation though, but once again, Twice just playing very, very high up on this map. You know, typically where not a whole lot of action is going to be taking place, but they just continue to put you know, all their eggs into this top side of the map and hopefully work their way down. It hasn't really worked out for them so far, to be quite honest, as they haven't really been able to hold the zone for much longer than about 10-15 seconds at a time. And Fight Club gonna once again flip the zone into their favor. I mean, Shads, what needs to change here for Twice if they want to, you know, have a good shot at this?
Twice is paying too much attention to the top. Now, it is important. Oh, well, it would help if they didn't have a DC, because their team has DC. But, aside from that, they also weren't playing as quick as they needed to, per se. Like, there were a couple times where I thought the Tent was going to push into Hammer, and they didn't. It looks like Twice is going to continue to play. Possibly, so I don't think they'll get a DC replay. But really what Twice... Yeah, Kraken's saying it's not a DC replay because of the time. But really what Twice needed was they kept on letting the ballpoint just come into the bottom of zone for free. They weren't watching the bottom at all. they needed to have at least one person watch the bottom to try and deal with that, or call out the people moving bottom quicker. Unfortunate that it went that way for twice, but Fight Club does take the set 2-1. The one set we can't talk about the winner. One of these days I will stop making that at reference / joke, but not today.
All right, but yeah, I mean, unfortunate for Twice there because, yeah, I mean, they just weren't able to really establish position there. And then, you know, Rays were talking about, you know, things that they could do to you know, kind of flip the tide of that match. They end up with that just devastating DC. But congrats to Fight Club though for you know, being able to pull this one off. I mean, that game was starting to look like it was in their favor regardless, but it would have been fun to see that one play out and if Twice can make that comeback.
Yep. I don't know if we have our next match settled. Well, okay, we're going into brackets, so no. But we do have ads that we have to go through before we come back.
Oh man. All right. So, yeah, I guess Shads, go ahead and start us off with what exciting things are coming up.
Well, we have a ton of Inkling Performance Labs tournaments this month. I wouldn't say most recent one, but the next big one is King of the Castle on this week Friday. Then we have a Reef Rushdown and Low Ink combo on Saturday, and then Low Ink again on Sunday. Low Ink June 2021 specifically is the largest low-level Splatoon 2 tournament. We ban Woody Divisions 4 and above to keep the playing field fair. 2-day format, make sure all teams get plenty of playtime. Registration for that ends this Friday night, so don't hesitate to register. You can join our Discord for more information, and if you're not in if you're in Div 4 and above, or you want to do multiple tournaments, join the other tournaments as well. We'd love to see you. We also have staff applications open. We're looking for our production and commentary teams as well as tournament staff. If you're interested in helping out in these areas, you can fill out the forms that I will put in chat. And you can fill it out in more than once if you're interested in multiple areas. And then, as always, you can donate to future prize pools for IPL tournaments with our Streamlab link. And I will put that in the chat as well.
Lots of links going into the chat, so keep your eyes peeled for all of those. IPL just
knows all those.
Yeah, IPL always you know, working their butts off to get a lot of amazing tournaments to you all. So be sure to check each and every one of those out. And you know, like Shad was saying, if you want to help them out, I mean, there's always I'm sure that IPL is always looking to just get more people on board and just continue to improve the quality of these tournaments.
Absolutely. Honestly, IPL has a great team. We'd love to have you join it. But then, we also have other tournaments, because we aren't the only people running tournaments in the community. We have friends. Friends are amazing, and friends also run tournaments.
Alright, yeah, so, let's see. We'll go ahead and shout out one more tournament here. We'll go and look at Squids Out of Water. They are returning this week on Friday the 25th at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So this month, in celebration of Pride Month, they'll be holding a charity stream with 75% of donations going to the Trevor Project and other 25% going to a charity of the winning team's choice. And it's going to be a groups to single elimination format. It is a bracket for everyone, and including an art raffle in their Discord. Do not miss out on this amazing opportunity to take part in this tournament and help celebrate Pride Month. So, But be sure to check out their Discord, discord.io/squidsoutofwater.
Not the only Pride Month tournament that we're having, because the Aquatic Cup Pride Edition is also this weekend. They've been sponsored by DreamHack Community Clash and have a prize pool of $200. Their format is counterpick only with Turf War included. You can check them out on June 26th at 8 p.m. EDT, and you can join their Discord server for more information. We'll put links for both of those in the chat, unless Kraken beats to it first and posts them using the fancy bot command.
Alright.
It says there's no fancy bot command, so I would by default. It's amazing.
Alright. So I think we do have... There are more tournaments, but I think you'll probably hear a little bit more about those a little later. But I think we are going to go ahead and transition to our break, though. So, I believe that is the end of the group stage, though, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to take a little bit of time to go ahead and seed those brackets and get that prepared for you all. So stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss this top cut. We've had some great games so far, and there's just more amazing Splatoon action to come.
We are back with Swim or Sink number 33. I'm Chad, joined again by DRF, and we are going to see Licensed Krill versus Mocha. I'm really excited about this set. I love both these teams. Licensed Krill, always great to watch. Mocha, always great to watch. I see Kanara's name on Mocha's roster. I'm super excited to see him play again.
Yeah, and I think that this is also a little bit of an interesting circumstances here, given that we had 9 groups today. So 9 teams made this top cut bracket, which would typically have 8 teams. So a little bit of an interesting one here. This is kind of like a pseudo play-in essentially. So these 2 teams are going to be duking it out here as the 8 and 9 seeds for the privilege of playing Krakens, the number 1 seed of this top cut bracket.
Privilege that I don't envy either of these teams are having to do. But we do see in the lobby right now, I see Yuma or Swisher, otherwise known in-game right now as Dr. Fauci. So we will probably see a tent, which makes me very happy. We actually have a tent fight because Turtle is on the other team, and he plays tent as well. There's Bronze, which is licensed to Krill's backliner. I think Newt is the backliner for Mocha. Umbre, I believe, is mostly a Slayer. Heard from a source that he's been playing V-Slosher, so we might see that. Spraygrew, Slayer for licensed to Krill, and then I believe LGX, and whoever the other person is for Mocha will be support. Not sure. So we do see the tent from Dr. Fauci, aka Yuma. We do see tent from Turtle, so we do have our tent fight, both of them breaking out the camo tent. We have Junior from Mr. LGX versus, I'm just going to call this guy Gad. Gad has the NZAP. We see V-Slosher on the side of Mocha, that's got to be held by Umbre, and then Newt, of course, on the vanilla, not the vanilla ballpoint, sorry, the ballpoint Nouveau. Then on the side of Licensed Krill, we have the K-Shot in the hands of Greygrew versus the C-Jet in the hands of Bronze. So we will be getting some fast rays. Yuma already bringing out those altar stands, getting one down. The armor is out for the side of Licensed Krill. That will be very helpful in the future as they try to push forward. They do have to be careful about the Stingray bow and missile combination that comes out from the side of Licensed Krill.
Oh, and that is a complete wipe on the side of Mocha. I think they all might have gone down to the missiles or some combination thereof. So very quickly, Licensed Krill going to be picking up this Rainmaker and grabbing the lead plus a good chunk on top of that. And they're going to push this all the way to 24 points remaining. A huge push there off of the complete wipe. So fantastic job for Licensed Krill there. And unfortunately, it seemed like they all went down there, but luckily they managed to push this Rainmaker so far into Mocha's base that Mocha is not going to be able to push it too far without, kind of seeing some opposition here early on. But they do put some big points on the board, actually, bringing them all the way to 41 points remaining. And Mocha is now 2 members down, so this does seem like it's going to be the end of the push. However, the Slosh is still trying to kind of hold their position here in the half pipe as we do see Licensed Krill going to pick this one up, actually. It is a little bit difficult to reset the Rainmaker here, so I think they're going to just take fate into their own hands and pick this one up and start to make a move with it.
And honestly, that's really smart considering that they knew that Umbre was lurking around in that half pipe. Also 41 points off of a half pipe push, not bad. And you rarely see a half pipe push because it is the slower way to push on this map. So 41 points from that, I mean, not enough for a lead, but still respectable push. And it is important to note, Black Belly Rainmaker, nothing is safe unless you have knocked out. This is one of the easiest maps to take it all the way across the map from your base to their base. Missiles coming out on the side of Mocha to try and get some picks. Umbre going down on the side of Mocha. Not sure who exactly got that. Looks like the Turtle goes down on the side of Licensed Krill, but Greg is going to come around for a miniature flank. He's going to get 1. He gets 2. 3 down on the side of Mocha. He's going to look for the 3rd. Bronze is going to have to really hot-foot it, though. I think he's gonna blow up.
Oh,
barely that he's not able to get it, and one of them's going to have to grab that Rainmaker and dump it as far over the side as they can, because that is not a situation that you want to leave it in. Greg is going to stay sharking in the base. He gets 1. Umbre taking him out. But Turtle comes in with that hammer. 3 down on the side of Mocha versus 2 down on the side of Licensed Krill. I think that push will be mostly done, but wow, what a way to end a push. Almost knocking it out, and then just before it slams down, boom.
Yeah, honestly, that was just That was so close. I mean, they had the knockout in their hand, and then, unfortunately, now they're going to have to play probably about another minute and a half here, because I'm not sure if they're going to get another opportunity to try to knock out at this point. So, it is going to give Mocha a chance to play this out and see what they can do, and possibly try to, knock this one out, and because that's the only way that they can win it at this point. So they're going to have to play very, very carefully here in this last minute or so. Getting a couple, they need to get a couple of nice picks there, and they do get one down to start this one off. However, it is going to be now a 2v2 situation. So they are going to continue to push this Rainmaker forward, but they don't really have the numbers advantage to make this one work. As we do see this Junior doing a great job of getting a few picks here. Absolutely fantastic to see. But Mocha continues to hold on to this Rainmaker. It seems like they're going to put themselves in a situation where they're going to push the Rainmaker timer itself as they slowly back away. And I think they're going to try to actually turn this into a half-pipe push.
I think they're going for it because they're running really low on time, and the half-pipe was almost completely empty. We see a hammer fight. Looks like Turtle won that one. Just barely managing to edge out Yuma. Turtle is going to work with his teammate there to kill the Rainmaker. Bronze is getting pushed by Newt on the little plat right before the zone. But Newt manages to get that pick. He's going to have to get one of his teammates over to that Rainmaker really quickly, though. Looks like the Gad got it. So, two going down, one down on each side. They're really going to have to get that jet down if they want to keep this push alive, because that GG Ray is out. Gad's going to have to try his best to dodge it. I don't think he's not going to. And yeah, that just about takes it.
Alright, but a fantastic showing between these two teams in the first game. Licensed to Krill gonna survive this one, despite missing the knockout by about half a second there. So put together a good defensive effort, and pretty much didn't allow Mocha at all to make a solid push there. Despite I don't think they ever possessed the Rainmaker after that.
Yeah, I do gotta say though, best 1-point meme I have seen by far ever. I have never seen a knockout be stopped by the Rainmaker timer running out.
I have not either, and that was just gold. That was amazing. I don't know if I could have timed that any better.
Yeah. Moving on though, Clan Blitz front of it. I expect to see the 10th kept. I would expect to see Newt stay on the ball point and Bronze stay on the C-Jet. Not sure what LJX and Greg are going to do on the side of Licensed to Krill. Not sure what Gad and Ombre are going to do on the side of Mocha. It's on a pit. Sloshers are decent here. So I could see Ombre sticking with the Slosher. And he does. So it looks like that they're going to keep same exact comps for both teams. That's great. Well, not exactly. Yuma has swapped over to the bubble tent. But for the most part, same exact comps. We love it when the teams make it easy for us.
Yes, we do. But very quickly, we do see Umbre going down there. So an early numbers advantage for Mocha as they now scramble around to pick up some clams. But, ooh, a nice pick on the tent there. And once again, a very early Stingray there coming out. And at this point, it is going to be Mocha who picks up the very first power clam. But with a teammate over by the basket, unfortunately not going to be able to stay alive long enough for the jump to happen. So it seems like Mocha is going to just continue to pick up these clams and kind of just back up for now, waiting for the numbers to get back into action. But unfortunately, that power clam does kind of serve as a free, echolocator, able to, the other licensed Krill just kind of having a constant eye on Mocha. But Mocha is going to actually be able to make a move on the basket and dunk that power clam.
It actually isn't Mocha. We actually have, well, the colors are wrong.
Oh.
That's actually Licensed to Krill. Licensed to Krill is the one that made the move. LTK pushing up in the green now. They've swapped the names around now, so we're A-okay here. Bronze pulling out that Stingray. That is the second one he's popped, but honestly, he could have had 2 or 3 at this point, but he's doing a good job saving them for when they really need it and not falling into the Stingray spam. Bubbles out on the side side of Mocha. Those would have been launched by Yuma. He's going to use that to try and get some space away from the conveyor, space away from the steps, let his teammates get back in there. Don't think they're super effective, but one does manage to pick the Junior. So no armor for the side of License to Krill.
And now it is a 3v3 situation, and as I say that, Mocha does lose another member. And it is going to be a Stingray coming out to try to shut down the tent, which they do, looking for more, and that is going to be a second pick there, but I believe that was a bomb rather than the Stingray, although the Stingray definitely was a bit of an aid there. So now License to Krill has 24 clams in their pockets, and they are looking to start getting towards that basket. However, as I say that, the jet does go down, but with 3 members right underneath that basket, they are going to be able to get 1 power clam in, and I think they only had 1 more clam to toss in. Just a little bit of extra change there for the basket before having to jump out, and this push is going to stop at 67 points remaining.
Now, Mocha did a really good job there, getting 3 down almost as soon as that basket popped to really force that push to stop. 2 going down on the side of License to Krill. Make that 3 down as Yuma tosses in that power clam. He's going to put a beacon there. One of his teammates, I would imagine, is going to grab a power clam or some clams from their base and jump in. He's going to send out bubbles to try and protect any jumpers that come in. Gag coming in with more clams, and that probably will not be able to survive very long here. They're really getting backed into a corner there, but they do manage to get that push all the way down to 24, which is an excellent push, especially considering that they were pushing from almost 100. 3 down on the side of Mocha, so License to Krill is going to move up very, very quickly, paint up all that blue on their side of the map, into mid, try and get some paint into Mocha's territory so that way they can make another push, because they will need a beast push. 1 power clam is not going to cut it.
Absolutely not. And now we see yet another Stingray coming out. And the tent going to be trying to get a push going here as well, but it does seem like they're in a bit of a 1v2 situation. Very smart, going to have to back out here and wait for their teammates to kind of come back and support them here in this push. So unfortunately not going to be able to get a score quite yet, but patience does pay off. But as I say that, Umbre going to get a triple, I think. My goodness, and that's down. A wipe.
And they have a lot of clams by that basket. We might see a knockout here. I think we might. Yeah, we will.
Yep. Very, very quick knockout there. As soon as that wipe happened, they had the clams to do it, and there it was. They just piled them in right away. It was like there's no need to wait for anything at all. Just get them in and let's wrap this one up. Call it a day. And Mocha gonna secure their first win here in game number 2.
A really strong response, especially after how decisive that License to Krill victory on Blackbelly Skate Park was. So effectively now we have a best of 3 sets and the teams are tied at 1 apiece. Next stage, Splat Zones on, I think, Starfish main stage. I'm seeing Sturgeon Shipyard in
I believe Sturgeon Shipyard is correct. There might be a mistake on the graphic because I don't think we'd be running double Starfish in the same set. So
probably not. It probably is Sturgeon. I expect to keep on seeing the tent matchup, which has been extremely fun to watch.
Yeah, I believe it is. I believe Sturgeon should be the correct map here. So these teams are gonna go ahead and start to ready up here. But Shads, any adjustments that you think either team should be making here? Because I mean, we're tied 1 apiece.
The only thing I can think of off the top of my head is I would expect Bronze to swap off of the Sea-Jet and onto maybe a remix. And maybe Umbre having a different slosher. Honestly, Mocha's comp works just fine here, and for the most part, License to Krill's comp works too. I mean, you can use a Sea-Jet here. It's not the best thing in the world, especially on Splat Zones. Does it paint? Yeah. Are there other backlines that paint better and can take better advantage of Sturgeon's natural elevations? Yes. And given the fact that Bronze didn't ready up right away, I would assume that he swapped.
Alright, I guess we'll find out. So here we go. Entering game number 3, Splat Zones on Sturgeon Shipyard. Okay,
Bronze has
double
swapped
slosher.
to... Yeah, we have a double slosher on the side of Mocha, sticking with the bubble tent and the ballpoint nouveau. So they have rain armor, missile, bubbles. Meanwhile, on the side of Licensed Krill, we can see Greg has swapped off from the K-Shot to the Splash Neo. Excellent painting and slaying weapon. And then, like I said, Bronze swapping off. Although I would expect him to go heavy, I was surprised to see him go bamboo. But 2 down on the side of Licensed Krill almost immediately. Mocha's going to pick up that zone and start racking up the points. You can see the turtles in the court area trying to get it in with that shield. 2 down on the side of Mocha now as Gad goes up onto the spinner. Hammer is out. He's going to go after Yuma. Zone E capped in favor of Licensed to Krill. 3 go down on the side of Mocha. That is going to hurt them.
Yeah, definitely. As Licensed to Krill now in complete control of this middle area, not just the zone, but there is just a lot of paint in the center of this map right now, and they're going to be getting the lead here, actually. Plus, they're building up some specials as well, getting a couple of nice picks to continue to hold on to this zone. One more pick, I think, would just kind of, sweeten the deal here, and there it is. I think now they're going to really start to get Mocha scattered here, or a little more staggered, I should say. And they're going to be able to pretty much start to approach a knockout. I think just one or two more picks here should make that a reality for them.
And that bomb rush that Greg gets popped, as well as I think with missiles, are going to make it even harder for Mocha to push back in, but Gad's going to give it a try. He is going to get severely weakened by that mine, but 3 down on the side of Licensed Krill. Make that a complete wipe, I think. Excellent work there by Gad and his team there here to really push out Mocha. Not Mocha, Licensed to Krill.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic stop there. I mean, exactly when they needed it to happen, it happened. And I think they just coordinated that very well as, kind of just one last shot to keep this game alive. And they did exactly what they needed to do. So now the bubble is going to be coming out to try to maintain control of this zone, but also the Hammer on the side, Licensed to Krill, going to be working on for Mocha's side of the base, but they do go down there. The tent going to continue to just try to ink up that top left snipe area, and now it's going to be Mocha that's looking for a lead here, but it's Licensed to Krill is going to start to coordinate a push to stop this, the exchange of leads, but it is a little bit too late, as it is just barely enough for them to get the lead, but Licensed to Krill going to keep themselves in this game at the very least. And now they possess this zone and are looking to, kind of make this a very, very competitive match in these last 2 minutes.
And the hefty penalty that both of these teams have to chew through. 66 ticks on the clock, 64 ticks on the clock. Large penalties everywhere. 1 down on the side of Licensed to Krill, that will be Splash. Greg out of commission at the moment due to something. Make that 2 down on each team. Looks like the tents managed to splat each other. One has respawn. Mocha not in favor with the numbers games right now. Greg's going to try and push up. He's chasing back Newt a little bit. And as Licensed to Krill comes back in to cap the zone, Newt going down to the splash. Looks like Yuma's going to try and push in from the right. He does have his bubbles ready. Bomb Rush is out. 2 down on the side of Mocha. Great bomb placement there. Really taking advantage of the bombs auto-exploding against the bubbles and the tent shield.
Fantastic job there. I mean, Licensed to Krill, though, kind of holding this middle area right now, but they aren't capping the zone quite yet, and now they do go 2 down. But Mocha is also 2 down here, so this is going to be an interesting exchange here, and I think this might be a 1v1 in the zone, but Licensed to Krill continues to hold on to this zone and work away at that penalty. Finally, though, Mocha going to have a little bit of extra support here to try to flip this zone, and they do, and now their penalties are pretty much equal here. As we enter the last minute of this match, Mocha with the lead, though. So Mocha, and pretty much any kind of trades that happen here is going to be in their favor, as they really just need to stretch out this 30 seconds. You don't need to put together an entirely, finite stop here, but you just need to, kind of continue to have Licensed to Krill a bit scattered.
Yeah, 3 down on the side of Mocha compared to 2 down on the side of Licensed to Krill. Licensed to Krill also has that bomb rush ready to go, and that will paint over a lot that Mocha can pump out. Yuma's going to try and drop in on the left going to climb up the spinner, and there's 15 seconds left on the penalty. Overtime has active, 2 down on the side of Mocha. I don't think they're going to be able to do this. Make that 3 down on the side of Mocha, 1 penalty point, and they've gotten the lead. So just barely by the skin of their teeth, right at the end, License to Krill clawing that one back.
What a fantastic game 3 between both of these teams. I mean, that was just back and forth constantly. And just they were like just piling the penalties on top of each other. Like, I honestly wasn't sure if we were ever going to see a team, you know, break through at least half that penalty, because by the time one of the teams got about halfway through that penalty, there was an exchange of zones. Then, you know, the penalties stayed very, very high there throughout that second half of the match.
Yeah, but having a game that is that competitive is always amazing to watch. So we're moving on to Tower Control and Trophy games. We've seen that before. I would expect Bronze probably to go back to the C-Jet. I would expect Mocha to probably stick with what they've been running. They haven't really seemed to have an inclination to change it. Yeah, Umbre and Yuma readied up almost instantly, so I would expect those two to keep their weapons. Newt readied up as well. Might see a small swap there. And they're all readied up, so they're going to probably have a very similar comp. Meanwhile, on the side of License to Krill, it took them a bit longer. I would say there's probably a 50% chance Turtle might swap off that tent. Just because tent can be very difficult to use on tower control. It takes a lot of skill and practice to do it well.
Great. Well, here we go. We are entering game number 4. License to Krill is up 2-1. This is a best of 5 set, so this is match point for License to Krill. And they definitely don't want to push this one any longer. So, Shads, what are we seeing here in our compositions?
Well, as expected, Mocha didn't swap anything. Same comp that they've been running. It's important to note they have double beacons, so less lethal bombs to try and help out. Meanwhile, on the side of License to Krill, exactly what I expected. Bronze swapping back to the Stingray, and then Turtle swapping off the tent onto a machine. But 2 go down on the side of License to Krill versus the 1 down for Mocha. They could get a very quick push off, maybe not a big one, but at least to the first checkpoint and break it. 1 down on the side of Mocha, as Gad is going to back up, and Yuba comes in with that tent to try and shield his team, but 2 down on the side of Mocha very quickly. 1 respawns, but still they are not really winning the numbers game right now. They need to back up and regroup.
Most certainly. As we now do see 2 members down on the side of Mocha, so now it's going to be interesting to see if License to Krill decides to start pushing this tower. They finally do get on the tower, and oh, they only really push it a point there, so it seems like they're really just trying to establish a better position before they even make a move on this tower. But finally, the Junior is going to be the one that rides this tower, actually, as opposed to, you know, what we would more typically see in the backline. In this case, the C-Jet would be the one that we would expect here, but the Junior is the one that's just going to hang out on the tower and chuck bombs to prevent Mocha from approaching this tower as they clear that first checkpoint.
Mocha does manage to get 2 downbow in exchange for trading off the life of their Zap. Newt going to ride the tower now as they're going to try and pursue that splash onto the fan. Not sure that's the best idea, but it is Yuma up there, so he does have a little bit of protection with that shield. 2 over on the left. Yuma going down to somebody on the fan, but 1 does have to jump back on the side of License to Krill. You see sloshes from the Sloshine that he's going to quickly try and move up on that tower while the Stingray comes out to support him. Meanwhile, it looks like Mocha's just going to try and keep that tower over by that first checkpoint, just keep it in that good position. 2 down on the side of License to Krill. If they can get a 3rd down, they can get a really big push off of this, maybe even for the lead.
Yeah, and through this first checkpoint, they're going to get through it effortlessly at this point. So great frontline effort to allow this tower to sneak through that first checkpoint and barely cap that lead, actually. But the Jet's going to be watching this tower and going to be making a great stop here. I think they managed to get 1 down, but you know, unfortunately, it seems like License to Krill still doesn't have the numbers to make this, you know, to put a complete end to this, they kind of just drew it out a little bit, but Mocha's now back on the tower and working on that second checkpoint, actually. The Stingray gonna temporarily put an end to that, though, but unfortunately not gonna be able to pick anybody off as Mocha just quickly gets back on that tower and is slowly, inch by inch, working on that penalty. But finally, I think that with that ends up going down, the rest of Mocha is gonna kind of back off on this one.
Yeah, Yuma fell off and had to go onto the fan to get back up, and he was not able to really help his team there with the defense, and then Newt also had to back up as well because of that Stingray. One person just getting a face full of ink from that ballpoint right there. I think that was Greg, 2 down on the side of License to Krill again as Mocha continues to advance, make that 3 down, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the splash had just respawned as well, so I think it might have actually been a delayed wipe. That will help them get that tower back up onto the plat. They are really hammering that upper area, which is smart. There are going to be people hiding up there. Probably splash. Stingray comes out from the C-Jet again, expected since that's the second checkpoint. Bomb rush from Greg from above. That will definitely clear out that plat area. Very smart use of specials there from License to Krill.
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, though, the tower is still in Mocha's control as they are now once again trying to work on this second checkpoint. But unfortunately, going to have to do a little bit of a dance around the tower, and finally they're going to be able to break that second checkpoint. Very crucial, move for them there. And they're going to actually keep pushing this. They're doing a fantastic job here of getting, just a couple picks at a time. And now we do see License to Krill kind of in complete disarray here, just trying to put together anything they can to stop this tower. Finally, though, it seems like they managed to get a 2v1 situation there, and managing to get 2 down. But it is going to be a coast-to-coast effort for License to Krill, as they need to take this from the depths of their base all the way to 19 points remaining inside of Mocha's side of the map. But they do have a lot of specials online, and they might be able to make something happen here.
They do, but they also have to get through an entire checkpoint, and it is really easy to stop the tower at that checkpoint, especially if Ombre pops a missile. Oh, but it's not even going to get that far. Looks like one person manages to hop on the tower while License to Krill is not occupying it. So the set is tied up again. Effectively, we now have a best of 1 set.
All of those games were for nothing.
I wouldn't say nothing. They have great entertainment value.
Oh yeah, they did. Especially with that game 1, the Rainmaker, timer going down with that 1-point lead there. So some great games so far. But it is gonna be settled on a game 5 Rainmaker Starfish main stage.
This will be fun to watch. I don't expect Mocha to change anything. They've been rocking this, comp for the entire set. I don't expect them to change anything, except maybe Yuma going on a different tent. Or Ombre going on a different roster. I think we'll see the same thing. On the side of License to Krill, I would expect Turtle to go back to tent. Bronze, it's a toss-up between having a Bamboo or a C-Jet. C-Jet is useful, but Bamboo is also very aggressive and can be used to help move your team up quicker on Rainmaker. I expect the Junior and the Zap on either side to stay. I don't expect that to go away.
Well, it does seem like all of our teams are actually ready up here, so we are going to be entering this game pretty shortly. But just I guess in terms of strategy and whatnot, should any of these teams be kind of making any adjustments there?
Honestly, I'm not really sure.
Because the compositions, I think we're both anticipating them staying the same. So I just don't really know if either of these teams need to particularly do one little thing different as opposed to these other games, because they've been relatively evenly matched this whole time.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's going to come down to whoever manages to get the most kills. Also, Turtle does not go back to the 10th, so they are staying with near identical comps, or identical comps on both teams. On the side of Licensed Krill, no changes. On the side of Mocha, Yuma swapped to the camo 10th, which I think is a smart move.
Alright, so very quickly, we do see the Rainmaker get popped, and actually that is going to be the 10th going down on the side of Mocha. So a very scrappy game on the stage here to start in the first 30 seconds as multiple members of both teams go down, and neither one really going to make a move towards that Rainmaker yet until a comfortable numbers advantage is made. But Mocha is actually going to end up grabbing this, gets a nice pick on Turtle there, but not able to really put any major points on the board quite yet. They're going to play this one slow and steady, but as I say that, the Neo Splash-O-Matic gonna stop this push here, and that's gonna be 3 down on the side of Mocha, and Licensed to Krill get the delayed wipe there, plus they have 2 specials online. Oh my gosh, the Splash is just beasting it right now, getting any picks that they want, plus the Bomb Rush gonna be coming out to try to just create even more havoc at this point, and that's the lead for Licensed to Krill, plus more, bringing it all the way down to 35 points remaining before finally the Slosher manages to shut it down.
An excellent double there from Umbre, and a good pick too from Newt on the splash, doing that bomb rush of death from above. Bronze does manage to pick out Umbre, but he won't manage to find Newt, which is, I would argue, the bigger threat to him, because Umbre had to get in close to fight him. Newt can fight him at range. A quick little flank from Bronzo will take him out. 3 down again on the side of Mocha, courtesy of that nice double from Bronze. Make that a full wipe. Splash back in position. He's going to hop across the gap this time to go and wreck some havoc in the spawn. Bomb Rush is out. That's going to cause a lot of problems.
Turtle, they're going to be shut down by that bomb, though, but not before bringing their lead all the way down to 24 points remaining. And Mocha is in a very precarious situation here. They can't really comfortably reset this Rainmaker quite yet. But finally, it does seem like members of Licensed to Krill are backing up. It is going to allow this Rainmaker to reset. However, there is still a lot of pressure on Mocha at this point. None of their members are able to really just drop from, their side of the map here and start approaching mid. They just aren't in a position to do so right now, as Licensed to Krill picks up the Rainmaker very quickly, actually. And they're trying to just, continue to put more points on the board. They are not letting Mocha have a just slight little breath here.
2 down on the side of Mocha. They've respawned by now. 1 down now as Yuma goes down, but 1 also down on the side of Licensed to Krill. It's going to be 2 down very quickly. And as the Rainmaker gets taken out, but Umbre also gets taken out, meaning that Yuma is the only member currently up and in an active defensive position. Bomb Rush coming out from Greg, gets shut down really quickly, but Mr. LGX is going to try and get in. He manages to cut the amount of points remaining from 24 to 12, so excellent push there from him. 12 is what I would consider relatively safe. Not completely safe, but I would consider it relatively safe on Starfish. And that's just 12 extra points that Mocha is going to have to get if they want to get this lead.
Of course, this is Rainmaker, though. This is probably the most volatile of the modes, in which you can put together a huge push that completely swings the tides of this game. And we do see 2 members down on the side of Licensed to Krill. The Junior, though, going to be very smart there and kind of just take a little bit of a step back, stay alive, because the key thing for Licensed to Krill at this point is that they just need to maintain the numbers advantage. Because if Mocha's going to start to make a push on them, they're going to wait till they have the numbers to do so. And as I say that, the Junior does go down on Licensed to Krill. It is now a 4v3 situation in favor of Mocha, and Mocha is going to slowly start to progress this Rainmaker forward. And that is actually going to be 3 down on the side of Licensed to Krill. The Jet going to bring up the Stingray. Oh!
And unlike other backlines, that CJ can build that Ray in 30 seconds. Newt's going to try and rush it forward. Greg is going to drop behind him, but Yuma coming in with that hammer. 3 down on the side of Mocha. Unfortunate. He's going to have to get some jumps for his team. And Mr. LJX is just going to run it right into Newt.
And it is 3 members up on each side at this point. And the Slosh are going to get another pick there. So now Mocha with the Rainmaker, they're going to force overtime at this point. They're going to have to take this one slow and steady, it seems. They need the kills to keep this Rainmaker alive. They're going to use this tent very masterfully. And they do survive the splashdown, but unfortunately, the Rainmaker does go down. And License to Krill is going to run away with this very, very clutch set, 3-2.
That was just such a hard situation for Mocha, because if the splashdown didn't get them, the Ray was going to, and if the Ray didn't get it somehow, there were 2 people right there that was going to get it. It was just backed in the corner with nowhere to go, with no tent shield to hide behind. Great set, though. Honestly,
amazing set.
Very evenly matched. It could have gone either way.
It really could have. You're absolutely right, because every single one of these games was close. Every single one of them was close. I mean, obviously the score disparity, you know, on some of them might have been a little bit more, but it was still just overall very, very close. Like, each one of these games had great pushes by both teams, and both teams were in positions to win every single one of these. And it really just came down to whoever managed to coordinate each of those pushes just a little bit better. And, you know, License to Krill managed to get three better pushes to Mocha's too.
Yeah, I think we are going to take a very short break to swap out commentators, but congrats to License to Krill, and good luck to them, because they will be going on to face Krakens.
Oh boy, that is a tall order for them.
So stick around, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
We are being told that we should go ahead and promote ourselves before we end our time here at SOS today. So, Shads, real quick, where can the people of our chat find you?
Twitter. It's at ShadowDragon42. I'm on Discord. You can find me in the IPL Discord. Join us. We would love to have you in there. DRF, where can the good people find you?
As it says on your screens right now, at DRF_Splatoon, that is my Twitter handle. And then on Twitch, Triton DRF, I stream from time to time. So yeah, definitely, you can find me on those 2 platforms. And I guess Discord, I guess we're all on Discord. But yeah, that is gonna do it for us here though today. So it has been fun as always to commentate for SOS. And if that last set, was any indicator, you guys are in for an amazing, 3 rounds ahead of you. It's just going to be a lot of fun. So please stick around. You guys are not going to want to miss this. You guys have 2 more amazing commentators coming in, and it is going to be a fun evening.
So, but yeah, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. You're watching SOS.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SOS 33. We're here with round 2 of the Great Light Bracket, or the upper bracket. Right now, our next match will be Mitclan Heroes versus Healthy Diet Food Group, and I am joined by...
Whoop. Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this set. I did watch the set, Healthy Diet Food Groups versus Summit, during pool or the pools, the groups. I was really impressed by how they played. I was really impressed by Flabber's roller. I'm kind of wondering how that's gonna go against Mitclan with their 52, and they have a lot of missiles for the rollers. So I'm unsure how that's gonna go. So I'm really curious.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Mitclan Heroes kind of known for a team that likes to, sit back, throw a lot of specials at you, throw a lot of bombs, and kind of force you to make a move. And they're really good at punishing people for doing that. Whereas Healthy Diet Food Groups is very, very fast and very, very spotty. They know, a lot of people look at this team and recognize Blop as probably the most well-known of them all, or probably Krill. Blop being this very, very, very aggressive, but very, very accurate and insane charger who's known for, making these really, really impressive flicks, really close range, and Krill, I would say an all-around very consistent front line.
Yeah, I was really impressed by his last year. Like he was playing against Havoc and Leo's machine. It was really a good, fun matchup to watch between those slosher players.
Yep, and getting into map number 1 here, there is a disconnect, but it is Starfish. It is Starfish main stage tower control.
Yeah.
Looking at these comps, at least from what we can see here, they have two really different styles going on. One seems very, very, I would say very, very like aggro and shark heavy comp, whereas the other one is, as we said before, Mitclan Hero style of spamming specials, throwing bombs, and force things to happen here. This map is kind of very, very momentum based, where usually if you get that second checkpoint, you kind of just roll to the end of the map a lot of the time.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that. Like usually in tower, if you get past the second, it's just a snowball from the rest.
For sure. I'm gonna be interesting though. Looking at this map, I really am interested to see what part of the maps these teams actually want to prioritize. Because tower control being this being this very specific mode where you need to take very key positions to actually advance your push. For example, on this map in particular, you need to make sure while you're pushing the enemy team's court, you need to be able to make sure you are controlling the enemy team snipe, and as best you can, controlling their top left. So I want to see how well these teams are actually able to do that with these comps, if these are the official comps. However, we're going to have to wait till it actually starts up again to fully see this.
Yeah,
looking at the other maps though in the series.
Oh yeah, true.
We do have Clan Blitz, Inkblot, Art Academy, Rainmaker, Manta Maria, Spot Zones, Makomar, and Tower Control Sturgeon. So, Whoop, what are your opinions on Clan Blitz, Inkblot, Art Academy, and Rainmaker Manta?
I really I think Inkblot's the most fun map in the game. I really enjoy every mode on it. I think Clan Blitz would be like I feel as if Mitclan would have a really good like hold if they ever do get a push going, because the 52 wall and they have the missiles and everything. They can just like snowball that out. But at the same time, you have Krim Slosher and Blop can take control of the plat on their right side of plat as well. So I'm just curious as to see how it plays out in general. And tower, I'm also curious like who's going to be holding like their snipe on each side when the first check and the second check, who's going to be holding their core, and so on so on.
We do see the actual match starting here with the actual comps being revealed. The double slosher composition come out from Mitclan Heroes, the double armor, missiles, and 1 inkjet versus the burst bomber, splashdown, armor, and missiles on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. Dapper right now is actually going to engage, but however, Krim will be getting the pick, but will get revenge traded. Interesting to see there, drop roll on Slosher, something that's not very conventional. We do see Blop moving forward really aggressively, but is actually caught up by a bomb of Lex. Lex right now trying to shark, trying to find the roller, is not able to find the roller. And unfortunately goes down to Krim as the push will be getting started here.
Yeah, I also was really surprised to see. I did watch in the Set vs Summit. Krim was also running drop roller. I was really curious. I was really interested in seeing how that was playing out, and it worked really well for them. But as we see here, Mitclan just gets the missiles and the armor, and they just push that left side of the tower. There's only one or two people there on food groups, so they just took advantage of that and just hard push tower, and they got the mid back and everything. But they did get first check.
Yeah, that is the kind of the saving grace here for Healthy Diet Food Groups. As you did mention, though, the checkpoint did actually get captured. So with that, that actually will allow their push to go out a lot faster. We do see the Soda Slosher on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups going down right now. However, the roller does have splashdown, so right now they have to be very wary of where he is. The missiles do come out, but Block does get the pick. The splashdown comes down and gets the third pick, and that is a full team wipe. This Healthy Diet Food Groups, it's probably gonna happen here is they're probably gonna get to that second checkpoint just because they broke the first checkpoint. So right now we have to see who's gonna be controlling snipe and how will Mitclan Heroes actually get their snipe back if possible.
So it's looking like their roller, Flabber's the one on snipe here. At least he was sitting. Yeah, he's still there. And Blop's going to be riding. I think the plan here is for... Okay, he's pushing... Okay, so they shifted people on the snipe and Flabber pushing the roller under the ledges. I think this is actually a really good game plan by Healthy Diet Food Groups because they have the bomb spam from the junior to top left since they are pushing back from that way. But you do see that
in there.
Yeah, you do see like Mitclan, they do be like they get like two specials, they pop them and they go. Like it's really a good strategy. Mitclan does it a lot, especially with their missiles. They love their missiles. It's really good.
Yeah, that has happened twice now. Both their defenses, they've gotten two specials. They've been extremely decisive on where they want to go and how fast they want to go. The roller does get a nice picks on Lex. Yeah, Lex really actually losing the inkjet, and now this roller is trying to decide where do I go. What portion of the map do I want to control? Because the biggest thing about the roller is its surprise factor. Not knowing where it is the scariest thing about a roller. We did see though someone is going the top left. Krim did not catch the armor go there. The try is trying to push middle. Krim getting pushed back by the Tri-Slosher, the missiles coming out, the pinch coming out from the other bucket player as well, the chain armor happening, splashdowns, specials being traded everywhere. Right now, it looks like Healthy Diet Food Groups is actually controlling the middle of the map very well. However, two people do go down again, and more specials are getting traded out. The inkjet popping, then recall in a second here, does not get another pick.
Dude, and he's bomb rushing, he's putting so much pressure on their street and everything. They can just keep going on the pressure, and the roller is just pushing in with the ninja squid. They can just keep going. Oh, okay, that was good for fear here. Not getting caught by the second slosh, and taking that Krim's life there was really good for Mitclan.
Mitclan Heroes looking to get a push here. The missiles are coming out.
They definitely have a push. Yes, sir.
Yes, the missiles are coming out onto the snipe, forcing the bamboo out. Krim stepping a little bit too far. Blop able to get out, getting caught by it looks like the Lex or the Enzap on the team. We do see Fear right now trying to build missiles. The first checkpoint is ticking down. Looks like they're going to be able to get it with the late stagger on the roller. They might actually be able to get the lead here. The armor's coming out, the missiles come out. He's not close to Inkjet though. Might have been a little bit early. Do they see the flank? There is a flank right now.
They got the double armor. Yeah, I really liked the way Mitclan got pushed that first check. They did get stopped by the missiles on the check though.
everyone's
That was,
dead.
they're wiped. They're wiped.
It's only the Tri-Slasher.
This might be lead. This I think this is lead.
This might be the lead. You do see the jumps frantically coming into the tower.
They're just
Junior's gonna try to do his.
Oh, they're good there. Oh, that was so good. That was so
Lex.
Oh,
Lex is
that
not
was so close. Oh my gosh.
Healthy diet food groups living on by the skin of their teeth. Wonder Bomb being the absolute hero for the team right now. We do see that this roller right now. Okay, the roller.
it's Flabber, yeah.
Flabber on the roller right now, trying to build the splashdown, trying to get some sort of win condition. As we do see Krill push forward, 2 people are going down. Lux is trying to rush the tower. Lux is not able to go to the tower. That is game 1, going to Healthy Diet Food Groups by the skin of their teeth.
I was really impressed with how well the roller still works, even though like Mitclan had the missiles on them a lot, and they could just mark where they were. He just still like with Shark, or not even Shark, just Ledge, come in and help a teammate who's getting pushed. It was really nice to see. I really enjoy watching rollers, especially in this meta. So I just really love it. Good to see.
This is one thing that's really it's kind of a mind game that rollers have, you know, where like if there is a missile player on the other team, you know, you kind of do, the missile player has to actively look for the roller player, and you know, you have to spend a little bit of time to find out where the roller player is, because you know, you can't just drop willy-nilly when the other team has a roller, because you don't know where he is. It could be certain death, you don't know. So that is kind of a mind game right now that is happening between the roller player and the missile user, between both teams.
I just received word that the roller player is actually Jex.
Jax,
Flabber, yeah, but I thought it was Flabber because I saw him on the roster. I know he plays Flingza, so I do remember what like Jex playing roller a lot in the past, and just in general he's just a really good player. So yeah, it's really fun to see.
For sure. Moving on to Clambless Inkling Art Academy. This map is notorious for, you know, the carbon roller, the V roller, you know, because there's this really janky thing that I bet everyone in chat has seen, but if you haven't, I'm going to hereby explain it to you real quick. You can vertical flick through walls if you angle your roller flick at the correct angle, and rollers are really notorious on this map for sitting right under the enemy team's plot where the basket is and just spamming vertical flicks, catching everyone. And they're practically, like, you can't really die in that situation unless well-placed bomb is thrown. So Mitclan Heroes probably gonna have to be feeling a lot of pressure here, probably pretty nervous going to this map, knowing that that is an option.
They do have a roller player, yeah, like I remember I played against Omega's Carbon, and he would just murk everyone who dropped on they're uninkable. He would just flick everyone over the ledge, and yeah, I can only imagine. Okay, but Jex is actually opting for the Kraken roller with the beacon and their baller.
You don't see that too often.
Yeah, you don't see that very often, but honestly, it kind of makes sense given the mode and the map. Like, you don't really need the curling bomb so much on this map. Like, I mean, I could see it work.
Yes, another kind of a little swap up that Mitclan Heroes did. Mitclan Heroes are opting into the 52 gal and the Tenatex, or the Kansas Splatter Shot instead of the Vanilla Bucket and the T-Tech as was last game. So a little mix up here. 2 players on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups going down. Cass running for dear life.
Oh.
Is able to get the revenge kill, and that is a full wipe coming onto the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups.
They popped armor missiles, and they just went in. Like that's just so good. It's such a good time. They have another armor too with double armor. They can keep this push going. Let's see how Healthy Diet Food Groups like
Krill gets a double. Cass? Okay, Cass trying to do his best to score as many times as he could there. Unable to. Krim getting a really clutch double there. Bop right now really close to these missiles, taking a pretty aggressive position, trying to control the enemy team's plat as they did kind of just get that full wipe. These missiles are coming out now, trying to locate the members of it. Mitclan Heroes, trying to see where they're going and what their game plan is right now. The missiles did already land, so here we go. Mitclan Heroes throwing specials at Bob. Good, but you're able to force him actually out of position, and that should actually give them their plat back, and actually the middle of the map is the opening. You do see a team fight kind of happening here on the left. There is a baller being used. Will the baller get anything? Oh, we're gonna get the zap.
I'm very curious to see how this fight goes out because all 4 of Healthy Diet Food Groups is on left, but I'm not very sure like if Mitclan will be able to wrap around them. But we see here that Mitclan does initially like get them notice that they're staggered. They try and get a push going. They do get the staggered kill on Jex. This is just looking really strong for Mitclan. They also have the 52 with the wall, so they could grab that power. It's just looking like a really good push so far for
Mitclan
Mitclan.
Heroes playing this so well. Lex pushing onto the plot, trying to hold Blop as far back as possible, forcing the missiles. Let's get the pick on the junior also. However, the basket does come
That
through.
is so much value for Mitclan to get a pick on the junior. But as we see here, the 52 is just so strong at holding this position here. Oh, that's really good by Ziff to get that bomb kill though. Get him out of there. The baller to get back into mid by Jex. And they have an armor ready. They're 2 down on Mitclan. They could probably get a push going. Let's see. They have a lot of clams in front of them too. Like this is probably it. Their push. But let's see how Mitclan defends this push that Healthy Diet is getting right now.
Ooh, the 2 down on Mitclan Heroes, the armors, the missiles happening, the 3 down situation. Lex is the last one. Krim trying to mark Lex, trying to figure out where he is. He is marking his movements. Lex trying to win the 1v1 as his entire team has to go back to clams, but Lex does actually get the 1v1 win onto Krim. Another person going down, and that's what Blob gets the lead.
So good.
Clams. And now Mitclan Heroes on the back foot trying to frantically get pushes. However, the Clam Blitz, the Rainmaker Curse, you know, if you get wiped, the enemy team can counter push, and that's what's happening. Already on their plot, Booyah bombing, missiles are coming out. There's probably gonna be a super jump
All
here
their
soon.
specials.
All the specials
armor
are coming
and
out
everything.
Here. Armor, missiles, Booyah bomb, double armor happens. They're gonna try and get the score here. At least one more claim after the score to get the lead. Will they get the lead? They do get the lead. They have enough to knock out. Oh, they're trying to get the sneaky power clam. They're trying to give the clams the tri-slosher. Will the tri-slosher able to get the clam in time? Oh, it does not look like it.
It doesn't look like they do get the junior down though. 2 down on the side of Healthy Diet. I also wanted to mention that earlier when Blockware got this earlier clans in, like the little stairs there is so good and underrated. You can just score from under there. I don't see enough people doing that. It's really
Jump, and that is Mitclan.
That was so good. Yeah, they locked them out very well. The 52, like the Booyah and the missiles together, they take so much area control. It's so good for this map.
You know, credit to Mitclan Heroes there, being able to bounce back, being able to push very, very decisively and aggressively with their specials, understanding the positions where they need to be taking at the correct times. However, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna say it. I really do believe that Healthy Diet Food Groups kind of blew their specials a little bit too much when they got those wipes and they're trying to make their pushes. I think they used their specials a little bit too early. They were getting a little bit too antsy, and they'd blow the specials. The Mitclan would just back up and say, "Okay, cool, thanks for the paint." They'd paint over everything that just came over, and they just counter push immediately with their specials. However, the one time they used the specials at the proper time, they got the lead. So, I mean,
yeah,
it does show that Healthy Diet Food Groups does know what they need to be doing. I just think the timing that Healthy Diet Food Group is going for is a little bit too quick. So if they can just dial that back a little bit, they may have been able to take that game just away from Mitclan Heroes. But credit to Mitclan Heroes, though. Really, really well executed game plan. Really, really well executed just everything on that map. They played that phenomenally.
Yeah, you can really tell just like looking at the special feed. The team that pops the specials together usually just win the fight. Like it's no coincidence. Because I do notice that sometimes teams will like pop a special, then a few seconds later pop another special, and it stagger their specials to a way that it's just ineffective. It's not as strong as when they pop them all together, like as Mitclan did the last game, and Healthy Diet Food Group did too at some points. But when they do start staggering, it's just so hard to get everyone back together. And Mitclan took advantage of that. It was really good.
Moving on to Rainmaker Manta Maria. This map is known for this map's known for a lot of chaos. You know, there's a lot of areas that fights can happen. This map's pretty big in the middle of the map, but where the Rainmaker needs to go, there's always that one dreaded area, which is the drop into the enemy team's spawn area. That drop has lost people so many games because of how hard it is to actually have the Rainmaker drop there safely. We do see the Vanilla Roller coming back out. We do see the Missile Slosher. Interesting. So they're gonna opt. So Mitclan Heroes opting for 1 armor, 2 missiles, and a Booyah bomb. And it looks like Healthy Diet Food Group just going back to the old reliable comp they want to map 1 with. Do you see the Diet Food Groups does get the pop actually? But one thing I do need to mention that Blop did change is he's actually running the Burst Bomb Bamboo.
He's using
Burst Bomb Rush Bamboo.
Mark II, the miss would be really, I'd imagine it's really strong on the street in this map, and the burst bomb could stop a rain as well. I also wanted to point out that the Mitclan changing from double armor to double missile, this is so strong on this map and mode, like Rainmaker.
Oh my goodness!
There was so many missiles.
Go down!
There's double.
That was
Jacked. Oh, they got the shark too. Okay, that's so good. Let's go. I think
this is a
Healthy
lot
Diet
of
can get a really good push here. Yeah. They catch the stagger here, I think. Oh no, he backed up safely. That's really good for the Mitclan.
I really want to point out there how Healthy Diet Food Groups did a really, really, really good job. But when they saw those specials coming in, they they immediately just hit backwards on their left six, just disengage completely and just counter push with it to catch the aggression.
Yeah,
That was
that's
extremely well played by.
yeah, that's exactly what Mitclan did to them last game. They just backed up, let them use their specials, and they came back. That's exactly, and then Healthy Diet's just proving that they can do it too. They got a really good push off of that. Oh, and they get 2 down.
They get 2 from the pop though. Okay, they do have the burst bomb rush. They can stall a little bit by throwing bombs. The junior is trying to stay alive. The junior is able to get caught though by after the burst bomb rush is coming out right now. Blop just goes down as well. Everyone's running in, trying to make hero plays. Jax gets one. The Slosher from Krill is able to get
1v1.
Jax
There's
is
Jax
able to win the 1v1.
clutching it. That's so nice.
Jax absolutely clutching there.
I also just noticed that they have Soda and Mark II. They have double burst rush. So that was just something cute. I just noticed.
That's something we don't see every day.
Yeah, I like that. I know.
Lex flank kill.
He got the flank. He's going back to mid though. That's really smart because they know he called him out. So
Jax with the splash down, trying to live. The Rainmaker does go down. Blop was the one holding the objective, and now he is back to spawn. Yeah, this is a really good booyah. It threatens a lot of the areas of the map. However, we do see Krill getting 2 in the middle of the map with Slosher right now. Lex trying to do his best to stay alive, win the 1v1 with the Slosher. He does win the 1v1. Now, once again, it's a 1v1 between him and the Bamboo as the Roller is off spawn. He's trying to push, trying to find the Bamboo. He throws the wall. Bamboo has to disengage. Where is the Roller? He has to be thinking that the Roller does go down somehow. And now Lex trying to take the top left of the map with a booyah bomb. Maybe he gets the skill on the Junior. Will he? The Junior just disengage in time.
Yeah. I really like Flex's wall usage as well. Like every single engagement, he's going to be throwing a wall, and it just helps him so much.
For sure.
Especially against Slosher. My bad.
Nah, Slosher and wall is a very interesting interaction. Oh, that was an interesting puff for the Rainmaker to be in actually.
Yeah, the thing with Slosher and wall is like it's according to how close the 52 is to the wall on it. Because if you think over it, the Slosher can still hit you, but if you're close enough to the wall, it's not going to hit them.
Exactly. I like that you actually pointed that out, because that's something you don't see every day. Oh, we do see Lex getting a little bit too aggressively, getting a little bit too green for the Rainmaker. He does get punished for it.
This is looking like a really good push. Oh, the Slosher.
10 seconds, the bomb's happening.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, nice job by Zip. Getting that catch on the Rainmaker.
Oh, and you caught the K shot. That's really nice.
Where's the 52 during this entire thing? The booyah bomb's coming out. Looks like he's on the top right.
Yeah.
Zip's
gonna reset
it.
That's smart. Yeah. Just let them control him
right now. What do you think needs to happen right now for Mitclan Heroes to get this lead? Because they've kind of just been, once again, you know, the ever so dreadful drop happens and they just kind of get caught off because the pushing ahead a little bit too fast, or I don't know what's happening. What do you think's happening?
I think they initially do get in with the missiles. Like when they first get their push off, they use those missiles and get the boost. But I think they should be like AFKing and trying to get the missiles again. Like I think that would be a really good idea for them. Like I noticed that Lex is farming Booyah a lot in their pushes, but I think it should be the other way around almost. Like nice.
Okay, I was looking a bit scary there for a second. The Booyah coming out.
Oh, Mitclan pass. Oh, nice.
Okay, the mist being the saving grace right now.
Yeah, it's a really good pick of Mark II.
Yeah, I do agree with you though that like they feel like they're using their specials really well times for the very first time they have to move the objective. However, they don't have the second set of specials that you probably would see in like a typical Rainmaker match to actually force the objective, because as it is, Rainmaker is a very tempo based mode. Last 15 seconds of the game here, Fear trying to push Blop back as far as possible. Fear rushing Blop. The Rainmaker getting it surrounded here by 2 people. Blop's nowhere able to actually be able to help and assist the Rainmaker because of the fact that he got pushed back.
I think that Bamboo's gonna play safe here. It's really smart. They have the toxic mist that they need for this defense on the push. It seems like Mitclan might be trying to take this top left. That'd be really interesting. A change of pace almost.
They are.
Yeah.
They almost have armor. Oh, they don't have. They will not have armor for this push. Cass actually has the objective. Jax goes down. Cass trying to move with the Rainmaker here. The armor does get traded out. The miss is trying to happen. Blop trying to make a hero play right now.
Yeah.
Zip does go down. Krill with a burst rush. Lex on the flank. Does the Rainmaker notice? The Rainmaker is not noticing time, and they will go down.
That was so interesting. Like just seeing like how Krill was on the right and he pushed him from there. All 4 of them focused Krill. Then Zip went straight middle and they all focused him, but they didn't notice Jax in time. He was able to just run in from the left and just get the kill on the Rainmaker. Really well played all around. I was really impressed by the double burst and the miss from Mark 2. I really liked that. Was interesting to see. You don't really see it that often.
For sure. I guess, like, as you mentioned though, like, Mitclan Heroes did a really good job at initially popping those specials and forcing the enemy team back. They were getting good picks, however, they just weren't being patient enough, as you said though, with like those missiles, getting the second wave of specials to actually use that momentum from having the objective in a powerful position to actually get the lead there. So I guess that happens 2 games in a row for both teams, as both teams kind of use specials a little bit preemptively, don't really have the specials they need them, and they kind of, you know, they lose their opportunity to push because of this. Moving on to Splat Zones and Mako Mart though, this is, in my opinion, the best map mode of the game, but you know, some people have their opinions. Bucket players, you know, rise
bucket
up.
Players, yeah.
Bucket player, rise up, you know.
Both teams do have bucket players though, so it's really still a really good map for both of these teams. I am interested to see the roller pick too, because I think Jack's been sticking with roller this whole time. This seems like would be a really good roller map too. You can hold the bottom, like hold the far top left when they're locking out the other team. That's a really good spot for buckets too. But roller is also really strong there. I see roller players do that a lot.
Exactly. That is something that is pretty strong. If I had to guess though, that is a disconnect. There is a disconnect happening, so this is gonna be a replay real quick. But if I had to guess, I'd actually give the advantage to Mitclan Heroes because of the fact this map is, you know, pretty close range, depending on if Blop, you know, ends up going with the Firefin splatter scope or whatnot. I feel like this map actually could play a lot into Mitclan Heroes because of the fact how strong missiles are here, how strong buckets are here, and the fact that, you know, they do tend to use, you know, these really special based compositions, and they have been able to push off of just 1-2 specials immediately onto the objective, which is the most Splat Zones does favor that, and I think they actually might have the advantage here just because of the way they like to play. We are gonna have to right now though. We are gonna be waiting for everyone to, you know, the lobby to be remade. We're all gonna get back into the lobby, then we're gonna restart the map. It is still counts as a replay because as a reference that since the disconnection actually happened inside the lobby, the map actually gets to replay. It wasn't actually happening during the game, so we don't have to worry about any technical disconnection rules or anything like that.
Yeah, this was the first time Healthy Diets on their side they disconnect, so they have in the replay, I think, so that'll be really good for we'll see. We'll still get this map mode going.
Yeah. So, what is one thing that stood out to you though from both these teams, like on a positive side? What's that one player that you've seen really open things up for both these teams?
I've been really impressed by Jack's roller on Healthy Diet Fugus. Like he just can swim up to people with the ninja squid, of course, but he also just helps with team play so much. And on Mitclan, I see Lex 52 is like his engagements are so like really strong. It's hard to pick out like individual players though. I think like it's just like a matter of how well they all like use that team play. It's not all about the picks that these players are getting. I think it's also about like how well they're communicating, like what they want to do, how they're going to do it, or establish or make it happen, you know?
Yeah. So I guess also looking at the rest of the series, the only other map that happens after this, if Mitclan Heroes wins, is Tower Control Storage and Shipyard. And that map plays really it plays really well into buckets and rollers. A lot of these close range, you know, kind of janky over the wall weapons that can catch you really like, oh my gosh, why are they there type of things. Like, oh my gosh, they hit me. That like, these next 2 maps are really good for those weapons types. So we do end up going to Sturgeon, Shipyard, Tower Control, I would not be surprised if it's yet again very similar to Starfish Main Stage, where you see like a 1 to 2 point differential between the teams, just because of the fact that these teams are playing kind of similar weapons for their aggressive slayers.
Yeah, like they accomplish the same things. Like both of these map modes, Splat Zones, Mako, and Tower Sturgeon, are going to be really good for both teams. So I'm just curious how well they can manage to get their pushes and retake, and how these matches go out or play out.
Yeah, just a reminder here,
Oh.
The match did play out. Okay.
Alright.
Apparently, according to sources on high, Mitclan Heroes did actually beat. Well, they did end up winning out Healthy dietfood Groups on Spot Zone's Mako Mart. Our spectator did actually end up disconnecting, so we're not actually able to see how that game went or what's happening. However, I'm also not sure if we're actually able to see Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard. However, we are, okay. So yeah, we just don't know exactly what happened. We don't actually know what happened in the last map. All we know is that Mitclan Heroes did end up winning. Not sure the score or anything, but we are going into map 5 here. Sturgeon Shipyard, Tower Control. Yeah, once again, both these teams have very similar Slayer weapons with the buckets, being able to control snipe. The one thing I am kind of like, would be a little bit worried about though is momentum after second checkpoint. After second checkpoint, this map is very, very, very known for just walking into the finish line. It's literally right there.
Most TC maps after second checkpoint, it's just the team gets antsy and they're too scared. Like it's just like not even that. It's just the map design itself. It's just so easy to snowball and hard to get back in.
For sure.
So that second checkpoint is so important.
About 15 seconds left here till we get into the match. Maybe less, depending on when people end up running up. I'm curious though. I really am curious if these teams are gonna slow things down or they're gonna take it even faster on this map. Because this map is kind of very, very neutral heavy, especially around the top middle area. This map can be very, very skirmishy and very, very very, very sporadic and kind of clustery.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, like this is one of those maps where neutral is just so important. You can't just like cheese anything really. Like team play is so important here, and it looks like Mitclan's farming specials for the first encounter here. It's really, really strong. They open the armor. They see the
Both
3
teams
pushing
tried
from
armor.
right. Yeah.
Oh, they do get picked on the junior with a bomb or some fall-off shots. Either way, nice job by Caster. Kaz gonna be the one grabbing the objective. The Booyah Bomb, the 10 missiles are coming out here. Here comes the scary part. If the Slosher gets your splitter and Krill goes down, so he's not able to defend that.
Ooh, yeah.
This gets really, really scary here. Another. We do see injection out sharking in the core. We do see someone trying to push the top right side of where Mitclan Heroes.
Oh, the junior, yeah.
Oh, the missile coming out. This is getting very dangerous very quickly here.
Yeah, I think the junior was caught a little too far up, and that armor was just so much value that it's going to be in favor of Mitclan. They don't have anymore. But they do get the second check, no, they don't get the second check. They get the first check. They get half the second check. It's still really good. A really good push for Mitclan. It's solid. Yeah, I was really impressed. I think something that could have been improved upon was the prioritization of the armor for Healthy dietfood Goose. If they had the armor player alive for a little bit longer and got another armor, they could have stopped that a lot faster, I think. But here we are. We have Healthy dietfood Goose on the tower now. Mitclan does catch the person jumping to the tower, and it seems like they're going to be defending this push.
Yeah, we do see the missiles and the armors traded out from both teams. Lex able to get the pick onto Jexter with the roller. It is a 3-down situation on the side of Healthy dietfood Groups. Lex right now with the 52 trying to find any sort of cheeky angle, any sort of cheeky kill he can get on the top left. Does see the person, however the arm does kind of give him away. It looks like the junior player on the side of Healthy dietfood Groups is able to get out. However, Krim does go down. The Booyah Bomb does come out. Where is this Booyah Bomb going to go is a very good question. He Booyah Bombs the roller directly in front of him. The roller does not get picked. However, the junior is flanking. The battle junior is happening right now. Lex, whoa, Lex gets a really nice pick there on the junior.
Oh, there you go, yeah. Well, we got 2. Okay, that was an interesting play, but it worked out for Healthy Diet. I was really surprised to see both the roller and the junior flanking that, but because they were pushing the tower in their core, but it worked out. The Mitclan did just look back and try to focus, I think a little too more than they had to. They could have just walked into the core and just baited them back into them. But still, Healthy Diet is getting a really good push off now. I think they popped 2 specials. They're 2 down on the side of Mitclan. They did pop Booyah on armor, but
we see the flank.
Yeah, that was a good pick. Oh, the Blob just turned around. The call out was so nice there for his team.
Oh
They
my
do get the
goodness.
lead. If they get this check, that is so huge. They do get the check. And now Mitclan is just having to go straight for the tower. Blop is just dancing around. It's nice. There's a trade, so just one person on healthy diet, and they do get the push to 2. They don't get the KO, but that's still an extremely strong push for healthy diet.
The one thing that Healthy Diet Food Groups did differently than Mitclan Heroes was they took the enemy team's top right. Jax moving over to top right, getting 1, 2, 3 picks, holding that area, basically denying that entire area of the map, allowed the tower to get through the second checkpoint. And that was the one thing that Mitclan Heroes did not do very well. You see Lex pushing up to that same area, but there is a flank. Lex, Jax, it's flanking. Lex goes down to the bottom of Krill, and that is a full wipe on the side of Mitclan Heroes. Panic mode, last minute of the game here.
Yeah.
It's very important right now for both teams to realize it's okay, deep breaths, it's last minute of the game, don't panic. This is where most mistakes are going to be made.
Yeah, and they do be taking the Mitclan does try and take control of their snipe, but it looks like Healthy Diet is just not allowing it. They're just going to push up. They have the man advantage. It's literally a 4v1 right now. We have the Slosher and the Roller under their snipe. The Slosher does trade. Fear gets 2, but it's trades. And then we do see the Roller striking on top right, like you mentioned earlier. He's just controlling that area. Just his presence alone. They don't know he's there. He just gets a shark kill. Lex does drop for him. He gets a trade. Jax Diet is so huge for Healthy Diet.
Bob
And
does
here we
get a
have
pick on
Bob with
Gaffer
the
also.
If worst comes to worst, they could literally just like on the check block could just missile it. Like
You get to pick up with the missiles!
that is so good.
This is absolutely disastrous for Mitclan Heroes. It's panic mode now. Both the
Yeah.
armor players go down. It's a 4v2 situation. Tower's
getting-
resetting back to middle. I don't think there's any way they can touch the
Nah,
tower. It looks like Healthy
yeah.
Diet Food Groups will be moving on to the semifinals.
That was
Wow.
such good pressure and lockout by Healthy Diet. I'm very impressed. Like the Roller is so fun to watch.
Yeah, the Roller being the absolute key to victory there. Taking
Yeah.
that top right area when they needed it most. 2 times, getting clutch doubles after clutch doubles. That entire map. Very, very, very well played by Jax on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. However, no discredit to Mitclan Heroes. I think the games that they won, they were very decisive. They played every map very, very competitively. They had a very good game plan going into this. Just unfortunate. When they absolutely needed it the most, Jax just came out and did some incredible things.
Yeah, I agree. I also I'm really happy like these sets are so close. I really enjoy like watching these. Like it's just really fun.
For sure.
Yeah, it's, like the past 2 sets have been really close. Like 2 3s and 3-2. Like so good. Next, let's see.
All right. So with that, our next set looks like it's going to be ready here pretty shortly. So, taking a look over at the bracket real quick. Let me pull it up on my end. The bracket does look like Healthy Diet Food Groups does go on to play bvsl, while Krakens versus Revenant has already started on the other side of the bracket, and the other half of the semifinals. Once again, though, not to discredit anyone, Mitclan Heroes played that exceptionally well. I think it was just when they absolutely needed it in the clutch. They didn't have the specials necessary, and they kind of crumbled under the pressure there at the end.
Yeah, and on Mitclan's last push, I remember we watched Lex's perspective. He has so much to think about. There was a Roller flanking the tower in mid. He saw that. He saw the Slosher pushing him when he was on the grates. Like he was using his booyah. Like there's so much he had to think about and decide what to do. It's just a really, really good job. I hope he died. Like there's such good pressure. Because once he did push, like walk in front of that splash wall, he got bombed. So if he pushed back, he would have died either way. Like it was just really good wrap around by
Next, this next set will be happening right now. It's going to be Krakens vs Revenant. Unfortunately, game already happened. It did go to Krakens. Don't really know what happened. really know how it went. Don't know how close it was, but we do know that Krakens did win on Climb to the Reef. Krakens, the team, not Kraken Mayor is not on the team, unfortunately. Otherwise, that would be so poetic. But Krakens, the compromised of all of the Australian, that sort of region. Some of their best talent is on this team, featuring players like Shockwave and the Tri-Slosher player, Remy. And they're going against Revenant, another very, very strong team who was in Division 1. And looks like we are going to get going here with game number 2 of the semifinals. Kraken versus Revenant. We do see pretty interesting comps here. We do see a really, really slow-paced comp coming out from Revenant, which is kind of what they're known for, with a little bit more fast-paced comp coming out from Krakens here. However, the one thing we do not normally see, though, is the Blobber Deco coming out from this person with Japanese name, the Japanese name that I can't read.
Yeah, I do am really interested in the Blob Deco. He's doing put a lot of pressure on this Rainmaker on the left here. He is running lots of QR, so I'd imagine he's going to be grabbing the Rainer quite a bit. But Revenant does farm Ray a lot for the CJ. He's a really Emmett is such a good Ray player, and I'm really curious to see how they play about this. Hona is going to catch this jump. That's really good. Any chance, it's really good pressure here. I think Revenant is getting really good push. It's such a good job by Hona. He's getting 2 snipes here.
Oh, but Rainmaker gets 2 in the back, and he's probably going to maybe he'll grab the Rainmaker. Maybe he's looking to stall.
No, Hona.
They don't grab the Rainmaker in time.
Yeah.
We do see Honedge though doing a really good job at getting a lot of picks that each has happened. The blob over. Wow, that's gonna be hard to say a lot. The blob on the side of Kraken's gonna be popping the bomber here. They're gonna be pushing. The member on the left side there. Back out of position. The storm is coming out. The armor's coming out. The inch is coming out. Everything's coming out here from Kraken. This has to be the push. The right is coming out though from Emmett. Emmett is gonna be.
Yeah.
That was a nice trade though.
That was really good raid by Emmett. He stopped the push and got the rain. That's really important for them stopping this and defending this push. I'm also very impressed by Honedge not because he is known for being a dualies player. So it's really interesting seeing him on Nai. He's performing really well. I'm really glad to see.
We do see the Ancient does get popped here from Honedge again, getting a nice assist, but does go down to a bomb. It looks like the suction bomb from Hazard was actually able to find that pick. However, Revenant popping the armor, getting the picks were absolutely necessary. Bend don't break, as they say, as even though one member went down, they were able to get the entire team wipe. We do see this member from Revenant using the caper, using the bleed bomb, trying to take space. The Stingray does come out. They're trying to clear the path. The Stingray does find Remy on the Tri-Slosher. Shockwave, the only one here to defend. Now the Blob there to throw bombs and stall with some shots. It looks like the pop's not going to be contested because the bombers. Honedge trying to take an off angle. Oh, but a nice inkjet direct from Shockwave. Going to be able to pick him off, and looks like that's going to be the end of Revenant's push.
Yeah, I'm also. I just know drop roller is really interesting on that. I'd assume it catches a lot of people off guard because you usually see that on a splash or L3D. But besides that, I noticed that we have the push going on left here. The blob is really known for the insta pops on the Rainmaker. I'm kind of curious as to why he was in the front of his teammates. Hazard does get a really good pick on Kyle's K-Pro here. He does notice the situation. His team is down. He's going to back up and save his armor. It's a really good play. And I think he sees his team is still pushing left. It's so good. He can pop armor and we can see a push here. You got a ray from Emmett.
Stingray comes out from Emmett in response to the armor. However, the blood player on the side of Kraken does go down yet again. Remy actually going to be able to get the trade with Honedge. A pretty impactful trade right now. Shockwave, you do see Shockwave on the left-hand side here. Trying to push Emmett. However, the nice burst bomb placement is able to catch him off guard. Losing the Ancient could be very pivotal in stopping their push.
Yeah, agreed. I'm also very this play from Emmett is so patient. It's just so good. He's letting the other team run into him, and he can just burst and shoot. And whenever they start a push, he just always has the ray ready. It's such a strong play style. We have the blob as well. I'm very curious as to how if they're going to be able to get the repop with the blob. I think that's their win condition here. It's armor jet and get repop. But let's see. They do have Booyah already and Inkjet on the side of Revenant. They have no more armor on Krakens, so this is not looking very good for them unless they can get another armor very soon. So let's see how this plays out. I think they're going to try and push top left again. They do jet, and they do have 3 members pushing on the left side. Kyle sharking right.
The zap on the side of Kraken does grab the objective here. However, the Ray comes out yet again. There's a 3-down situation. With being just a couple seconds left in the game, Shockwave trying to do his best to try and get a pick here. However, it does go down, and I'm pretty sure that's the game, as no one's going to be close enough to pop and grab that objective. I think that was a pretty good game by Revenant. You know, I'm not sure exactly what happened game 1 with Krakens, so I'm not sure what adjustments they made, or if maybe it was just the map playing to their advantage. Because, you know, Emmett really is known for being on that custom jet, being very, very accurate at that Stingray, and this is the map that really does play into that sort of thing. But interesting comp coming out from Krakens. Didn't really work out too much. The Blob not really finding too much value when it came to actually pushing. I think it did a pretty good job at stalling. But yeah, when it comes to pushing, Blob's not really the greatest weapon at taking space in the world, so unfortunate there. Moving on to game number 3, we're going on to Splat Zone's New Albacore Hotel, and I gotta say this goes into the favor of Revenant, right? I mean, like, no one really, from my understanding, no one on Krakens plays a long range weapon like the Hydra and Charger, the Ballpoint, you know, the Remix, the Custom Jet. I think the longest range weapon they have there is Shockwave on the Nautilus, and debatably the Blob player if he ends up sticking that weapon.
Yeah, I do think this map favors Revenant because Emmett is so strong on the Ray. You saw it last game, he would stop every single push. He always had her Stingray ready and he stopped it. So this map is very linear on the sides. If Emmett can control one of those sides and Stingray one of their a push from Krakens, it'd be really good for Revenant to be able to get the control, get the picks, get the zone back.
For sure. Right now, we're waiting for one more person to lock up. There we go. Everyone's ready up in this lobby. Moving on to game number 3, Splat Zones on New Albacore Hotel. It is 1-1, tied up in this semi-final series. The winner of this goes on to grand finals. The loser of the series goes on to the 3rd place match. However, that will not be shown on stream. We do see Shockwave on the Hydra, something untraditional, and we do see the same comp coming out here from Revenant.
Yeah. I do remember Shockwave played. He's the not player. I'm not too surprised he's playing Hydra on this map, but it's still interesting to see it. He does play the weapon. He is immediately getting raided by Emmett's Stingray. It is a really good job by Emmett noticing that the Hydra has a really hard time dealing with the movement here. He won't be able to charge anything or shoot any of his teammates if he's able to just raid him. And he just catch the in zap that's in his history. It's really good by Emmett. The Hydra is controlling top right bridge, so I think Emmett is going to have to get that Ray for that Hydra to get him out of there, because I don't think any of his other teammates, yeah, he's doing it right now, I don't think any of his teammates can really challenge him, the Hydra, so we're just really interesting to see.
Another thing that's interesting to know is that no one's really touched on this yet, but Raimi, from my understanding, from all my experience playing against him, and from everything I've watched from him, he doesn't really play the armor Tri-Slosher. So that could come back to bite them here later on. However, they do already have 2 armor, so I'm not really too sure how that's going to work. Revenant now in control of the zone. However, with their comp, with Kraken's comp, it might be really hard for them to push back in because they do lack a significant amount of range. The Stingray comes out, gets Shockwave immediately. However, the missiles, the armor, and the storm come out, and they're just not able to stand in that zone. As you see the K-Pro dying in the enemy team spawn point.
Yeah, Krakens did a really good job catching Vinyl still in the zone. He got the pick on there. K-Pro, they shot him in multiple angles. K-Pro couldn't do much, and they got that pick. But now we're moving here. Shockwave trying to hold the right side. It's going to be a really big problem unless Emmett can get that Stingray. And he is going to get the Stingray. He's going to try and get Shockwave out of their left. And we have Hazard. He's still moving up and getting a pick on the Hone Edge is not. However, they are booyahing and they're going to cap. That's really good by Revenant. I think Emmett really did a really good... Emmett invalidating the Hydra's presence there on the left, like, did really good wonders for their push back in here. I think that's going to be the entire match, really. It's just trying to get this Hydra, like, not able to kill his team, because the Hydra does get a jump from the in-zap, and the jab just flanks them and gets 2. That's such a good double, and they have armor ready for their next push. The Kyle does get 1 though on their side, but I don't think he's going to be pushing this. I think he's just going to watch him. It's a really good play. And Honage does get killed on the other side too, most likely by the Hydra player. I wouldn't be surprised. It's really good pressure by Krakens right here. I think they might get the lead.
Booyah Bomb does come out, however, dies on the way up. The armor is also expended for both teams. However, the Ray from Emmett not able to find anything due to that armor. Now, this is kind of going to get panic time for Revenant. They kind of just used all their specials. The only thing they have is Honage's Inkjet. Will Honage get a pick is the name of the game. If Honage finds any value with Inkjet, they will win. There's the last 10 points of the game. They have to go right now. No other time to go. The Inkjet coming out, not able to find a pick with the first shot. They have to paint zone. The zone is getting painted over. They're not able to find the cap. Raimi does go down, but there is a recall, and they are able to secure the cap at the last second as Shockwave does go down. The Stinger is out, and the jumps are coming out, trying to preserve their lives. Now we're kind of in a situation where, yet again, Krakens are closer to special than Revenant. However, Revenant does have the range advantage, so if they play this right, they should be able to get the complete lockout onto the side of Krakens just purely by virtue of position. The armor is coming out now. The storm is also coming out, and one person dies to a bomb near the zone, allowing Krakens to get this retake.
Yeah, that is so much value for Krakens. Getting their junior is their only source of, they're really only their source of paint for the zone to hold it. And they get that pick, and it's just free zone for Krakens, and they know that, so they focus the junior. It's really good from them. And we have Kyle here striking on the right, trying to get an opportunity to try and pick someone on the right, the Zap or the Hydra that was there, but they have 3 specials on the side of Revenant. Let's see how this fight goes up. Kyle is down. He can't get his Booyah Bomb for the zone. He is inkjetting the Hydra though. I don't think they can paint it though. That's a really clutch Krakens is really clutch. They just really strong pick on final there. They just let them get that last push to win the game.
For sure. We do see Krakens now up 2-1 in this series. I think at the end there, with the Inkjet and the Stinger did come out, so there's just not enough to actually paint over the likes of Krakens. I think that's also another thing we could touch on though. Krakens had a very paint-heavy comp, with the exception of the Hydra, because we all know Hydra doesn't paint. But they did have that Storm Tri-Slosher, which provides a little more paint than the Burst Bomb Armor Tri-Slosher, and they did have the Double Zap in comparison to the 52, the Nautilus, the Custom Jet Squelcher, and the Kensa Pro, as only really one of those weapons can actually effectively paint, as the other 3 need to kind of, play distance, play for picks, not really interact with the zone too much.
Yeah, for sure.
In those scramble situations there, that's kind of what probably tipped it there at the end.
Yeah, because they're on the side of Revenant's comp, aside from the CJ and the range they had for the K-Pro or not, they didn't have the painting power other than the junior to really contest the zone as much as Krakens did with the people they had up. They also did get the pick at the end on Kyle, so their presence was really diminished there. It was just a really good play by Krakens just all around, their last push there, a retake.
Moving on to game number 4 here. This is a set point for Krakens. If they win this map, they move on to the grand finals. If they lose this map, it goes to a decider map 5 between both of these teams. Tower Control Inkball Art Academy. I gotta say Kraken's comp, just off the base look of it, it does favor them on this sort of map type. However, Honage bring out the old faithful, the spot duels, but it is not the one you think it is. It's actually the vanilla spot duels, not the Emperies, not the Kensa.
Honestly, I respect him, the vanilla pick, because you do want the missiles for this map. There's a really close space when you push the first and second check. So it's really nice to have that splash damage, and it looks like they're going to win this first engagement as well. There's a really strong opening for Revenant. I think Emmett's Ray is also going to be really strong. If you can Ray from the bottom left onto the top right, it's just such a good angle. And they missile and Ray as well, so we'll see what happens here as Krakens tries to get a retake back in.
However, the K-Pro does go down to the bomb. Raimi trying to push in here, taking space. The 3-down situation on the side of Revenant, and this is the counter push. This is where the push has to start, right? The tower control, just like Rainmaker, is a very momentum-based mode, especially on a map like Inkling Academy, which is a very, very, very momentum-based map. You need to be able to chain these pushes with specials very, very consistently. However, one player does go down. Shockwave popping the Inkshot in response to this. The Stinger coming out from Emmett and the armor coming out also on the side of Revenant. Not going to be able to secure anything. The missiles coming out, that's the pick that matters. And Revenant gets a 2-down situation in benefit of them. And they're going to try and take back the middle of the map right now.
Yeah, very well played by Revenant. They used missiles, armor, and ray at the same exact time, just on the check or right after the check, and they just got the tower back really well. But Krakens getting the pick on Kyle. He was a little too far up with no paint around him. So is the bottom left. Honedge is down and their junior's dead. This is going to be a really big push from Krakens if they play their cards right. They have 3 specials, all their specials ready. They use them too. So we'll see how Revenant can bounce back or how Kraken can lock them out here. We'll see what happens.
In theory, this should be Kraken's best chance to push. They have all their specials. They use them all. Their Stingray does come out. They do get to the 27-point marker there. They have to get off that tower due to the Stingray. The K-Pro finding one pick. The double team coming out on the other member. Right now, the tower's at 21 points. Raimi's trying to just inch out as many points as he can. Get the tower down to 19. That is a pretty solid lead, however. Yet again, this is Inkling Academy. No lead is very safe on this map. Honedge, we're on board with Honedge right now. With these missiles, what will he use with them? When will he elect to use them? This is a very interesting question, as Revenant does have all 4 specials. They are able to find Shockwave and another member, Raimi. The armor's coming out also, so this is Revenant's best time to push.
Yeah, like you said earlier. Earlier was Kraken's best time to push. Now this is Revenant's chance. They've had all their specials. They got 2 picks. This is their time. Let's see how it goes. They have their Booyah Bomb ready. They're going to pair it with the Stingray. Emmett does get the one on the top left with the Stingray. One of the members of Kraken has to jump out, which is probably a really good play. Probably trying to save a special, most likely the armor player. They do pop the armor. Let's see how they try and take this back. This is their chance, I'd assume. One trying to flank through mid, but Honedge does see it, and they did get picked off. Kyle does go down on the tower, though. Emmett is down as well. We're going to see Honedge with the clutch pick, but he does get pincered by 2 in mid. Yeah, that was a really good retake by Krakens there.
We're on board now with Shockwave, trying to saving fish for any sort of spawn kill. However, not able to get it and does get punished for a little bit of an overextension there. Right now, this should be the opening Revenant needs to walk back into the middle of the map as they're down 1. Raimi going down, but how nice awareness by this K-Pro, seeing the armor activation signal flying across the map for that perfect intel on where that player is. He is close to B-Bomb. They're close to all their specials yet again. This is the last minute of the game. If Revenant can't get their push off right here, right now, with all their specials, they might not get another opportunity.
Yeah, we have the Knot pushed out really far and gets caught by the raid. They're 2 down on Krakens. This is Revenant's chance if they want to game 5. Oh, they're whites on the side of Krakens. And theoretically, the K-Shot is last coming back, and he's on the top right. And we have Final on the tower last. But they're all coming back. It's just Kyle, and they're all down. Honedge does jump and get the pick on Shockwave, and they're taking tower as well. They have so much to worry about, so much going on. They're all jumping to their bats right now. The try does get the pick on Honedge. That is such good bonds, and K-Shot, the missiles just cleaning them up on their bats. They got really antsy, and they all had to jump. It was good punish by them.
I don't think there's going to be another time. Emmett does get picked off late, and he was so close to that pivotal Stingray that actually has brought them into this map so many times. Storm coming out in the middle of the tower, however, 2 of them going down. It is traded out by 1, but the K-Pro on the side of Krakens, he does get a pick with the Storm. And this...
It's just Shockwave. This is it, overtime.
This is it. This is the final opportunity. Shockwave gets the pick. Shockwave gets 1 pick. He's trying to move up here, trying to play his life. He gets another pick. 3-down situation. Krakens move on to the grand finals, defeating Revenant 3-1.
That was a really good set, a good game. Like, God, that when they all jumped to the bats and the missiles and the bomb pressure and the try, they all wrapped around them and they're jouncing. Just a desperate push. You see that Revenant did get the picks that they needed, like on the scoreboard, but the push is what really mattered at the end of the day. And Krakens got the really good push at the start of the game, and that's what won them that.
That's one of those classic situations that it comes back time and time again. That it doesn't matter how many picks, how many eliminations, how many kills, how many assists you get. Is that if those picks and kills are not at relevant times, they don't matter, and Krakens getting a lot more relevant picks at a lot more relevant times there than Revenant. Revenant did overall outslay them. They did win more neutral fights. They did take over middle. However, Kraken's able to get the picks where they absolutely needed it the absolute most. And that's what pushed it over the line there. Krakens, the very, very impressive win over Revenant, as some people might see this as an upset because, Revenant was in Division 1, they do have pretty competent players. A lot of these players are well known. A lot of these players are in +2. However, Krakens, yet again, pulling out, showing why they have won so many of these events in the past.
Yeah, I think a lot of members on Krakens are also in +2, so I'd say it was evenly matched still. Like, it's just really good set overall. Really good play on both teams. Okay.
Alright, so after this set, there is Grand Finals. However, we do have one thing we do want to talk about real quick, and it is a tournament that is upcoming soon. Let me find it real quick. Are you an artist? If so, you have a VIP in the Shinex Challenge Tournament. Each team is required to have one artist that is required to be playing the whole tournament. If you are free on Sunday, July 3rd at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, join in. Check out Shinex's Discord for more information below.
Yes, sir. The next tournament in PS top 4 gets art prizes, and first gets $200. So there is money on the line for that tournament. It's real. I'm really excited to see how that goes with the artists battling it out. And I love how the artists are also like the winning prize, is also art prize. It's just really nice to see that they're supporting the artists in the scene. So yeah, I definitely would check that out. So it's going to be a really fun time.
For sure. And with that, I think we're going to be tossing it to a break here before Grand Final starts. Keep up with the action. Stay tuned to IPL Splatoon. And this is SOS 33. Don't want to miss it. Welcome back to IPL's SOS 33. This is the grand final set between Krakens and bvsl, I think is the team's name. I hope I didn't butcher that, because there's a lot of characters that I'm just like, huh. But we are here. This is the best of 7 set. This is grand finals. Winner takes all. Winner gets the bragging rights. Winner gets the Twitter clout. Loser gets the second place and probably a team picture also. So not really too much. But this is where everything comes on the line here. Map 1 will be Rainmaker Snapper Canal.
Yeah.
Map 1 will be Rainmaker Snapper Canal here.
Also, I
And-
did notice the team name, BSFL is, or FBL is, the name of the players. You have Sam, Barry, Luke, and Boyce. I think that's probably the idea of the team name here.
Probably.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on to map number 1 here. It is going to be Rainmaker on Snapper Canal. This map is, I would say, a little bit awkward for Rainmaker for playing at standards, because there is 2-3 ways of pushing. There's left, there's kind of the middle, and then up the kind of the block, and then you go to the goal. There's also the far right side going through the enemy team spawn point. These comps, they're actually pretty similar comps, with the one big difference being that, like, you do see the knot on both sides, you see some sort of armor on both sides. Actually, now that I'm re-looking at it, Krakens not have armor, and Barry we do see here popping the Stingray really quickly. The jumps are coming out. Shockwave does go down. Two down situation here on the side of Krakens. And here we go. The push is probably going to happen. Luke gets a trade in the enemy team spawn point, as Luke is very known for doing very, very good at, very aggressive player, very accurate player. Gets always his high powers in solo queue, and looking forward to seeing him here make a lot of big plays.
Yeah, really good stop by Krakens here. They got the pick on Sam, who was trying to get some picks on the top left, and the blob shots from the, they went up the little block like the way you were mentioning earlier, and the blob shots just prevented them from doing so.
You see Shockwave for now in the middle of the map, trying to push this Jet Sculpture back. Not able to. Actually going to look to jump out there. Interesting decision, as most of his teammates did actually end up going down. So a good sense of mind knowing that it's probably not the best thing for me to stay safe here. We do see the blob on the side of Krakens going down. Luke trying to push up, trying to find any sort of opening for him to take space, find a pick. And these missiles are going to come out and push him back all the way.
Yeah, they do have the missiles. They do know where all the enemy team is now on the side of Krakens. It seems that they're going to be pushing on left. They don't have an armor for the Ray. The Ray does get the pick on the Tri-Slosher. They do have the repop capability. He uses the bomb rush on their top left instead. It's really strong. He does get the pick. He is going to try and get popped with the blob. The Boyce does get a bomb under the blob. That's really good pick for Boyce.
Boys, we had a game with a nice stop, as you mentioned, with this junior. He is going to be running, I think, a double bomb kit on junior, so quite interesting. Not a lot of juniors running that double bomb without, just LDE proc. Well, he's actually running it before LDE proc, so something you don't see every day nowadays. He is trying to stall, making sure the Rainmaker does get this reset here. He's trying to build this armor, throw bombs, stall, build armor, the typical junior things. His teammate does have the Stinger, the Jet is coming out trying to find him. Shockwave trying to be as accurate as possible. Ooh, he's not got the pick, but Voice cannot push that. His Nautilus on his team does go down, and we're kind of in a very awkward situation right now, as there's not really any way that either team can really push out of the respective areas that they're stuck in.
Yeah, they do happen to catch the lead there in front of the Stingray. They walk around, and we see Sam Mikado a little out of position, I think. They let Shockwave just pushing through front. Oh, but he does catch up. Luke does catch up, get the pick on Shockwave, and they do stop the push here. Actually, Blob does jump back, and the push is still going. The Blob is just trying to take space there. That's an interesting jump. The left here on the gray is. I was actually really interested. I actually haven't seen that in such a long time. But however, they do get stopped by Voices Jr. It was really a good stop by him. And they do have the armor at the ready. It's just Shockwave, and they're all wiped on the side of Kraken. So let's see how bvsl can bounce back and see if they can get push going for themselves.
All the fancy footwork there has not actually to pay off a little bit, as they do get about 10 more points added to their already kind of fairly decent lead now. The armor does come out. The bomb rush is ready on the side of Luke. Inkjet as well. The Inkjet is puffed early here, as the Singer will actually not be available, as Barry is the one with the objective. Luke trying to assist his teammates with Demicado actually getting a very nice Inkjet direct, winning the Inkjet 1v1 before they can recall. However, the stall is coming out, the Bomb Rush, the Blob Shot, the Storm, everything getting thrown at this objective, and they're not actually able to push. This is actually a really, really good stall by Krakens. This is impressive.
The Blob is doing a really good job, like stalling this left area. They just constant spam. They use the Bomb Rush as well to just stop it. I think the play that they're wanting now on the side of bvsl is to get that insta pop on we do have a DC on the tri-slosh here. So I think it was too late to redo though.
That was a little bit too late. I think the point. I'm not overly sure about what the DC rules are, but usually typical DC rules are 50 points, and after about 1.5 to 2.5 minutes into the game, if the objective is pushed past 50, there is no DC replay, and it doesn't really matter either way if there's DC replay rules or not. The game was way too far. However, there was a DC, and unfortunately, BVSL will be yoiking that game away from Krakens. Such a Krakens put on such a good defense. Unfortunate DC, but you know, it happens sometimes. You know, the most important thing right now is for Krakens to say, okay, unlucky, we disconnected. You know, doesn't really matter. We were in control of that game. DC didn't happen. We probably would have won. Okay, let's mental reset. Don't get tilted over it. Let's go. Moving back over to Splatoon's Albacore. We did see Shockwave pull out that Hydra last time we played this, so we did see the double zap and the tri-slosher coming out from the side of Krakens. However, I think Barry's pretty much known for that Charger, and Charger notoriously is known for absolutely crushing Splatling players' hopes and dreams of existing anywhere on the map. So,
yeah.
interesting to see what's gonna happen here, how the interaction is gonna go if Barry does elect to go to that Charger. That is.
Yeah. So we do have the double zap and the Hydra, but we got the Charger from Barry. It's the E-Leader. So that's going to be a lot of range, and they have a respawn furniture for the picks and get, and they can play so safe on their side of the map the entire game, just get picks. But it does look like they're trying to get the early flank here, the zap. Yeah, it's hard to. I see that the E-Leader's on their block. The Zap is just distracting the E-Leader for now, getting the missiles ready and missing them in the zone. They're 2 down on the side of Krakens. So we'll see what let's see what happens with their idea, the plan to retake this area. The Shockwave does get dropped on the bottom left by himself. So this is looking really good for BVSL. They have all the advantage they have. We have Hazard sharking. He got that was a trade here. Okay, and then we got the Charger or the E-Leader on the side of BVSL is putting so much pressure on their side, like from literally the mid of map. The Hydra, if they peek, they just get hit. It's really just a not fun matchup, I would think.
Sam pushing onto Raimi, breaking his armor, and getting the nice pick onto him. Sam actually being a quite surprising bright spot, as I'm not actually too familiar with him. The last 10 seconds of the game here, players have to rush in the middle of the map. However, nothing's going to happen. That was a dominating, absolutely dominating from BVSL. Now, I'm just going to address something. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Some people might be in chat saying spamming Keck W, lag, whatever. You have to remember that all of Krakens is from the Oceanic region. So if there is some sort of, skeptical thing, just keep that in mind. So just throw it out there beforehand. So
there's not much that can be done about that. So far, latency.
Nothing to take away though from BVSL. That was absolutely domination on Splatoon's Albacore, and I think honestly a lot of it came down to the E-Leader pressure onto the Hydra once they've actually had that control of the zone.
Yeah, once they had the control of the zone and they caught 2 players on the side of Krakens, the staggered, they just held that zone with the pressure. Just was so strong. The bomb stamp from Voice, the E-Leader just making the Hydra just AFK, couldn't really do much because if he did peek, he would just get shot. Like you said, Charger destroy Hydra. It's just a 1-frame death. Like he has to have that armor to even contest, and it just didn't look so. It just didn't happen on the side of Krakens. We'll see how they attempt to bounce back here on the tower of Manta. I'd assume that Shockwave would want to go not. It's a really good not map, and I'm very interested to see how the Slosher also plays. Ray-Me, the Tri-Slosher over the ledges here is going to be really nice.
For sure, for sure. Tower Control Manta Maria known for, yet again, being kind of these skirmishy maps. There's a lot of close corridors in which fights need to happen, right? There's middle, which is fairly open, bunker, which is extremely small, street, which is extremely small, top left, which is kind of open, but does give the high ground to the attackers in that situation. The people who push top left have the high ground, have the map control advantage. Going back over to the blob here, as we do see from the side of Krakens, and nothing else really changed too much. Obviously, Shockwave going back to the tried and true, you know, the Nautilus, what he's most known for. As we do see, I think, the same comp we saw coming out of BVSL with the map 1, with the exception of Luke staying over on that 52 gal.
Yeah, no more splash. He's going on to 52, the extra booyah for the tower they needed. They also have the Stingray for it too. It's going to be really easy, like really good stops for bvsl if they do need to get the tower back or stop the tower. However, Samikado does go down. They were pretty extended on the top left without the support of the team. We see Shockwave here, and Hazard just 1v2ing the Luke's wall or 52, and just insane pressure here on the left. Shockwave is having on Samikado. He did drop really early. Oh, he's down. Yeah. It's just a lot of pressure going on, and his Shockwave does catch the junior on the bunker. That's so good. That is actually so good for Krakens. The value. However, Sam does come back. He caught the Shockwave's knot, and he's going to be contesting the tower. The blob really can't do much other than just spam, and it's not going to have a really good, it's not a really good position for the blob here. I don't think so. We do see bvsl get a good push back in. Hazard does manage to get the pick on the junior, which is still a really good trade, but we have to see what happens next regarding bvsl's next push to try and retake this.
Yeah, gotta touch on something though. You did say there though about the blob not being able to have a good position, not being in a good position there. This map is not really too favorable for the blob from my experience playing it. There's not really too creative positions. I mean, standing in the bunker and controlling street can be good, but I think that's about the best thing it can do. However, Krakens does have a push going here. The Stingray is coming out in response, but however, Shockwave is going to find the pick on the Sam. Going to be able to win the not one but Luke right there with that revenge kill. Very decisive, very good job by him. Gonna take Mocha back. Last one, me on this Tri-Slosher, just running away, trying to play his life, maybe sharking. Luke does find him though, and this could spell disaster if he dies right here.
Yeah, Remy is going to have to try him back, and Luke doesn't manage to pick the kill on him, which is really, really good for Krakens. The stagger would have been really bad there. But we see the blob spamming the top left. Oh, he does get picked by Samikado, I think. They have the try this now flanking the tower, and voice is all around. The tower play is just so insane. There's a trade on tower. The K shot's backed up in their sheet. And then you have Sam. Oh, that was a clean jet shot. The blob shot from the jet. That was good too. That was insane. I think Blob does have potential on this map with the spam, like you said, on the street, and if he does get those shots like that with the jet, it's gonna be really strong for them as well. I think the bomber has a lot of pressure as well whenever they do start pushing. I think the problem is that they're having the Blob push the tower, but they don't really have anything else that would want to push the tower either. So it's kind of this difficult situation for Krakens to try and get a push, but. You see here, and a lot of specials going out. Shockwave does drop into mid, and he's trying to get a pick. He does get the pick onto one member. There's two members. Sam just jumped to the tower. I don't know about that play. He's still alive. He gets a pick on the Hazard. Oh my gosh.
Two?
Dude, he got two. Oh, but that was such a risky play, but it worked out so well. Sam is such a good player. They got a double from Luke as well. It's such a good opportunity for bvsl to get a push going. He has the wall in front of him for the try, and he does get the pick on the try. Luke does just pushing top left. He gets another kill. That's a triple from Luke, and now they're going to get a really good push going, I would imagine. They're two trapped on the bottom right of the street. They have specials onto them. The pressure there is insane. There's not much Shockwave can really do in that position with the inkjet over him. There's a lot of bombs over him. Barriers on top of him. Is so much is happening on to Shockwave. Shockwave is probably going to be their main source of kill power, I'd imagine. He has so much shredding capabilities, especially on TC with the inkjet and everything. It's just such a scary threat, and having Shockwave just be in the bottom right, that, and this bvsl taking advantage of that. It's just such a good job by them. They just got that push really well because they took advantage of that misplacement of the knot. It was really good.
If you're Krakens right now, you're beating yourself up. There should be no universe in which the knot jumps in and gets 2. However, ooh, the Inkstrike does get the by Sam. Sam once again making the absolute hero play. If you're Krakens, you're beating yourself up. There should be no way the knot's able to stealth jump into the middle of the map next to 3 of you, as you guys are all camping him, and he's able to pull out with a double. That's something that just cannot let happen at this level of gameplay. However, Sam somehow making the 1 in 3.5 billion happen, opening up everything with those 2 picks. Luke getting another double after that, and that's just good. All credit to Sam there, making an absolute miracle play out of it. Seems like nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, like, even if it was like, oh, they're AU, like latency, blah blah blah, like, still, like, this is just Sam did a really good job. Like, just he jumped in, he should have been dead. He like went around, he like instead of sub strafing, I think he would main strafe because he didn't have ink under him or anything, and he still managed to get 2. His not shredding power is just so good. It was just a really good play by Sam, despite the fact that honestly he should have just died on tower, but still just made the worst scenario a real good one. So props to Sam, that was really good.
This is match point right now. bvsl. If they win this game, they win the series, they win the tournament in dominant fashion over Krakens, who in the past has pretty much always gotten first or second in every single time they've played an IPL. So this would be a pretty big upset, historically at least, saying, moving on here to game number 4, will this be the sweep? Will this be the closeout for bvsl or Krakens bounce back? And this is the start of the reverse sweep. Only time will tell. Teams running out with very similar comps to what they ran last time, but Luke's transitioning off of that 52 gal back onto the new splash.
Yeah, I'm also like really interested in the blob as well on the right. I think it would be this is a much better blob map than the last one, Manta TC, where with clams you could just spam their spawn, and when you get the push, and it just be really strong. Get the bombers to push your team in like this as well. Only Voice is alive. They should be getting a really good push now if they can find out a way to maneuver their clams to each other. And he gets this to pick on Sand too. The blob is so aggressive, but it's working out so well because the spam is just so good. On the right here, you see he's just making them have to all go right, and they have the inkjet on right as well. It's Shockwave it's just a good pincer all around here from the side of Krakens. This is just a really good push. Even if they keep the scoring as well. This is really good. However, bvsl, yeah, sorry.
Nah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say, however, bvsl does manage to get back in, and with their pincer one person at a time, they get 1 pick, and they know that they get that pick, and they rush in because they have the advantage after that, and they got that pick back. However, they did get pushed a lot on the side of Krakens.
This is a great response from Krakens. That was a great opening minute. Push them to 29, and Clamblitz is a pretty decent push in my opinion. You know, with the one power clam was like, oh, I scored 2 clams push, isn't really the greatest push in Clamblitz. However, they made a very good push there, at least for the opening minute of the game. Right now, though, we do see bvsl with the special star coming out. They have 28 clams, 2 power clams on that. The Inkjet's gonna recall here. Here comes the push. Power climb number 1, power climb number 2, and power climb number 3, maybe? 3 power climbs.
Wow.
And Sam, the only one with clams left, though, trying to find any sort of sneaky push. Voice suicide bombing in for clams. Not able to. Only gonna get 1 in Voice, and Sam's gonna get picked out on the right hand side by the Nautilus of Shockwave. So decent counter push. There is still 3 minutes left in the game. This is Mako Mario. Literally anything can happen on this map. So. Right now we are on board here with Shockwave. He's trying to find a pick. He's going to push Sam back. Sam does get spotted out, and Barry's going to be able to get the nice catch on Shockwave. He's going to lose Inkjet there. Barry with the Stingray. This is prime time opportunity. Barry trying to challenge the Tri-Slash, something you don't see every from the Jet Squelcher. He's going to be able to get the assistance from Sam. Sam yet again just very impressive just with this Nautilus. Able to find so many picks, so many ideal times. That's going to be the lead.
Wow. Oh, the confidence from Barry too, just pushing that try there. It was like the whole team, like they knew they had the man advantage. They just confidence to just go down and shoot together. Oh, the payroll plays. They get the Krakens in. Oh my. If they sneak this in, oh, they do get a pick on Sam with the ball, and that's really nice for the Krakens. But yeah, it's a really like a different change of place in the first minute of the game. If Krakens that were pushing like really well, they had a really good like lockout there with the blob on the right and everything. But they seem to be struggling to get it back into neutral here. They're always like 1 or 2 down every fight, it looks like, or it seems like. But yeah, it's just you see bvsl just pincer them like it's crazy, to say the least.
Yeah, Krakens, I think Krakens got a little bit too antsy there. They didn't realize they had a little bit more time on the clock. They had a lot of clams there. They could have, you know, taken a deep breath, said, okay, we don't have very many specials. We don't have to push so hard. But now Krakens are on the back foot. They are feeling this pressure. You can tell with their gameplay. They're starting to get a little bit antsy. This is the last minute, potentially, of the tournament here. Krakens have to find a way to get some sort of push going. The armor does come out. The storm comes out. The bombs, everything's happening. Raimi is going to open the basket. He's going to trade for Sam. Luke trying to rush the blob. Luke dancing around this blob. The blob and the Luke 1v1's happening right now, but it's so crucial. If Luke's able to kill this blob, they lose all the clams. They're still with the power clam. Raimi gets the score.
Oh, yes.
Krakens are able to get the game win by the skin of their teeth, and you just gotta think that if Luke was able to get that pick just a little bit faster, that we might still win this game. There might be 20 seconds left, and they might have a chance at winning the game. But all credit to Krakens there. Very, very, very good counter push. Bend don't break, as they say, and Krakens leaving by that at the very end.
Yeah, I also like to mention, like at the end of that push there, Krakens, Shockwave was like holding the right so well. Like if the bvsl couldn't mindlessly just drop left and defend the power clan, because Shockwave would just shred them. So it was really good by him to keep that area close so his team could make the plays to get the power clan back in, or just clams everything. It's just really nice. No, nicely done by Krakens there.
That game, I think, was the most important game. Besides, obviously, to lose the tournament. That's such an important game for Krakens to win, because momentum in series is everything. The second you start winning games, the more you start feeling yourself, the better you start playing overall in general. A lot of these players, I know from experience, are kind of momentum based, kind of more, you know, kind of need a good mental to perform very well. And if you're bvsl, you have to be okay, you know, unlucky, clambush, cheese, jumping, whoop-de-doo, whatever. This is our map. We have the Jet Sculpture advantage. We know none of these people on the enemy team traditionally play Jet Sculpture. This is our time to shine. The comps are being shown here. Yet again, there's no Jet Sculpture. This is our place. This is where we have to make our stand.
Yeah, we do see the Jet Sculpture on the side of bvsl, but like you said, this is very momentum. Not only a momentum like in the set is going to be changed most likely, but also the fact that this is a very momentum based mode, probably like the most momentum based in the whole game, and this map mode in general too is just always going to be really close. But we see on the side of bvsl, they get 2 picks on the blob and the try. The 2 I think jumped out or got picked. I didn't quite see. I think that they jumped out because the Zav had armor. They got the repop Luke. Yes, he got one. Okay, with the block, got the saving grace, hitting the Rainmaker, spamming it so no one can grab it. And I think they got a really decent push to 30 here at the start. And it's how it is on Black Belly Rainmaker.
Yeah, the blob clutching out just barely. Luke only finding 1 pick with the Rainmaker, but good on by this blob player on the side of Kraken. So I'm still not too sure of who this is. You know, he's clutched the game a couple times now. The Jet does go down with Stinger. This could be absolutely massive. Luke on the flank. Hazard does spot him out. The blob player is only going to be able to get traded for his teammate. He's going to get the revenge kill. We do see Sam get the 1 pick. Blob player getting another pick. Very impressive stuff here. Down situation. It's only the Jet, but the Jet, you know, we all know what Jet's famous for. And here we go. The Stingray happening. Shockwave pushing the Jet. He's so weak. The Jet's not able to get the Rainmaker. Okay, they are able to get the Rainmaker at the very last second, at the very end of that Ray. That could have been disastrous right now. Luke on the flank. Luke out of position to stop the Rainmaker. Raimi, get in the pick. Hazard. That's a full wipe.
That's. Oh no! Okay. There's the drop roller. The drop roller keeping clutch. Oh, he's gonna grab it. Oh, it's Sam on the top left of the. Okay. Another one. That was insane. Oh my god, so much happening. Yeah. So much to take in there. I didn't even. I remember Shockwave was using the drop roller, but gosh, like it actually came into practice, and I was really surprised. On the skin of their teeth, though, bvsl did manage to stop him from knocking out. They're going to have to knock out in order to win this game, which is going to be, I'd imagine, very difficult with the block that could just spam the pedestal. So we'll see how they have to go. They go about this. They also Krakens just pop armor. They do get the pick on Sam. This is not looking very good for this push. Is not very looking. They got two actually. They're not looking very good for bvsl here. They do see one on left. There's one on top right as well. Oh, but they do get down. I think this push is probably dead. They're just gonna have to stall the rain here. This bvsl tries to push this back in.
Yeah, they did blow the stingray quite early there, but yet again, the custom Jets culture, known for being kind of a stingray bot, kind of being a one-trick pony. It's the only thing it can really do very effectively. As the main weapon's not too good, he does have another stingray here. Barry grabs Rainmaker. This could actually spell doom for his team. 2 minutes left in the game. Not panic hours just yet. They still have a couple opportunities to make this push happen. Luke nearing to that bomb rush. However, Kraken's blob player also getting very near to that bomb rush as well. The armor's traded out for one team. The armor is coming in response fairly soon, I'd assume. Here comes the armor, here comes the stingray, here comes Luke coming back to middle, not dying to that bomb somehow. Oh, Raimi gets 3!
Wow, this is a wipe.
He gets 3, and that's another full wipe on the side of Krakens. Krakens turning up the tempo completely as his custom Jet Squelcher comp. Exactly what the two. Raimi all the way back to the pedestal yet again. That's something you don't see too often.
And they had the bombers with the blob too. Like, okay, they got the wipe now, but geez, the blob is doing so much work on this map. I feel like they have so much stalling power, and even then, like if they got the 2 picks at one push, like it was insane. They can just do it again with the bomb rushes and repops and everything. It's just really, it's going to be really difficult for, I'd imagine, bvsl to get this pick. But Luke does get the pick on the blob. It is a 3v2 on the side of Krakens though. It's still an advantage state for them. We'll see how this plays out. We have Raimi sharking with the try. Not a bad idea at all, especially this late in the game. He's getting this special again. They almost have rain, so it'll be really good. They do pop Bray. I'm not sure. They get a pick with the alpha event. That's really good. Let's see. The blob player does manage to jump out. This is still a decent pushing moment for an opportunity for bvsl. There was a zap on their snipe though. See behind them. I think Barry does see that, but we're gonna see how this plays out. The zap is still there. It's basically a 4v2 right now, unless the zap jumps back.
This is the final push. The final 15 seconds of the game. The bomber's coming out. bvsl has to knock out this objective. The bomb's coming out from Luke. Has to get the pop. The pop's not going to find anyone. The counter bomb rush looks like it's going to be starting here from the side of Krakens. Luke on the flank. Luke gets 1. Luke gets 2. This absolutely insane. Barry goes down, and that is the game. Krakens taking game number 5, and you gotta feel like the momentum starting to shift away from bvsl.
Yeah,
I think bvsl just kind of got flustered after that game 1 because the disconnection, kind of maybe riled some of the players, but I feel like it's really starting. The momentum starting to shift. bvsl is starting to make a little more mistakes. Some uncharacteristic things that we didn't see from them from games 1 to 3. So.
Yeah, I think I received word that the blob player is Isaac, but he's very known for his blob play. Makes a lot of sense. Like this is also, I would imagine, really a good map mode to keep that victim going for the blob. It's going to be spamming paint the whole game. It's going to be spamming bomb rushes the whole game, and they have a siege at charger player, which is going to be less paint, but the thing is, they're going to be spamming that ray if they go siege out. They're going to have to be going for more picks if they go charger on the knot. And that's just it's going to be. I think bvsl is going to play more like based on like trying to get picks, whereas on the side of Krakens, they're going to be trying to get control a lot more, like the blob and getting set up with that. But we'll have to see how it plays out. But I'm actually very interested how this in particular map mode is going to play out, because the players. We have the Splash and the Junior on bvsl, but we also have Sam with a knot. Like he's gonna have to frag. It's just really a really good set. I'm really curious to see what happens next. What comps they're gonna run.
Yeah, this map kind of kind of favoring the Stingray, so Barry might roll out here on the custom jet skull strand. I also wouldn't be surprised to see the either of the Firefin because it is splat zones, a mode where, stalling zone is very, very impactful, and Surge custom jet can do it with burst bombs and stuff, but the suction bombs and the storm can also really help with stalling and playing that neutralized more sort of control. However, on the side of Kraken, Shockwave with this inkjet could be very, very impactful, and Blob in this map actually can control a lot of the middle section just with the bomb rush, just with the throwing shots everywhere, especially from one of those ramps. If they do not have something to move him, the Blob can control a half of the map by itself, which is pretty insane to think about.
Yeah, agreed. We're about to see what they're gonna play and pull out now. We have the same comp from Krakens. We do have the E leader coming from the side of bvsl. So, like you said, they're gonna be contesting zone with Rain. They're gonna be going like far back, just contesting the knot. I'd imagine the blob too. They would want to keep out from this. This is a really good position. I used to see Expos do this a lot of time when the Expo first came out. They would go to the top left here and just spam the zone. I'd see the blob is doing the same thing. It's interesting to see. And we have the bombers going on. The first they do lose the first pick though. The E-leader does go down into 3v3. The bombers gives them so much space though. And that's a really good opening for Krakens. The 52's down. Then Sam is in a really bad spot. He's down too. He does manage to get the trade with the zap though, which is really good in the moment. Like it could have been worse. Like
For sure. bvsl on the back foot here. Now the question becomes, how will you break back in? You have this E-leader. It has to find some sort of pick. Sam does go down to, I think, a bomb there from Raimi. Luke trying to force something to happen. Shockwave does go in a little bit too deep and does get punished by the sniper. Luke right now trying to fish for kills, trying to find anything he can as the zone does get flipped. And now they're going to get this pincer onto the Zap player. You have to imagine that Hazard will go down there, and yes, he does. However, they are stalling the zone here, as we do see, yep, there we go. We do see Barry moving up to a quite aggressive position. The right-hand ramp, gonna be able to find that blob, and this is where Barry has to control. Barry has to control Isaac on this blob from now on.
Yeah, the blob is going to be doing so much, just stalling the zone. But we see that Barry is forced to jump out. It's probably going to be a zone cap for the Krakens, I'd imagine. Yeah. Oh, that's just such a good pick. That's a lot of their kill power gone on the side of Krakens. But however, two on the side of bvsl also goes down. I see that E-leader is going to be trying to control left, not giving them that area, and then maybe like try and control the other side when they get control again. Sam does manage to get the pick on Raimi. We have the blob still spamming zone. It's going to be a really hard thing to deal with. I think two down. The blob shots are so good on this map. It's just so much control if they're not dealt with, and it's going to be a really big challenge for bvsl team to challenge this blob, unless the E-leader, the knot, can just inkjet it or snipe it, I'd imagine.
Yeah, Kraken's in such a dominant position now, as Barry does go down, but without even the use of an inkjet. This is absolutely massive. The Blee Bomb is traded. Shockwave does go down upon popping that inkjet, but so does Sam. The Spree Bomb is traded out, but they're going to completely surround Luke. Luke is somehow going to find a trade at 1v3. I don't know how he does it. Luke is just known for doing those crazy mechanical plays, as the junior is going to be able to neutralize the zone. The E-leader does throw the is also in position, but Sam yet again going down a little bit too aggressive, getting a little bit too antsy. The bombers coming out here from Isaac. Luke in the middle of a 1v3 does go down. Barry not able to find the pick, and that should be a game here.
Yeah.
Half time mag this game.
Yeah, the blob at the end too. It hit the bomber shreddy and everything. It was just not looking very good. The blob, I felt like, had such control over that match. Despite the fact that the blob didn't necessarily get the picks, what it did do is it created openings for his teammates, especially the knot, which needs a lot of paint to get those picks. It was really good to see, and Hazard is doing really well on Zapta. It's really nice to see, and this is a really close set. Tower control the reef. They do have a blob player. It could go either way. I think if they get locked out, I don't know. The blob could struggle to get back in. However, if they do get that control, the blob is going to have a really good time just spamming their car with the bomb rush and their blob shots and their spawn. Yeah, I'd imagine it could go either way. I don't know. We'll have to see.
The momentum has completely shifted in this series. At the beginning, it was totally on the side of bvsl. that unfortunate disconnection from Ray-Me. You know, Krakens going down 0-3. Krakens has brought it back 3 games in a row in pretty dominant fashion, I have to say. Especially with that last game, where reverse sweep is on the horizon here. Will their dreams get shattered, or will the reverse sweep actually happen? This is Game 7 of Grand Finals. Everything's on the line here. The entire tournament is on the line in this game. It's Tower Control the Reef. You know, this map's pretty, I would say pretty fair for both teams. You know, it does benefit some longer range weapons, but also there's a lot of area for shorter range weapons to shine on this map. You know, we're waiting for 2 more players to check up, and, you know, reverse sweep could happen. It is very likely, you know. I think Krakens right now are completely feeling themselves. They're like, nice, good job, team. You know, we got this. And, you know, bvsl is just trying to find any sort of thing to play off of right now. Any sort of momentum, any sort of last bit of energy in them. They're just trying to find it, as it would be devastating to see them go down here in a reverse sweep.
Yeah, we see this same comp going from both sides, but except we have this Neo Splash on the bvsl this time instead of the Kinso 52. I'd imagine this would be a really good map for both of these teams. To be honest, I think the try would be a really good advantage for them. That there's so many curves on this map. However, the Inzap does go down on the side of Krakens, and we're gonna see how that 2 goes down. Oh, Voice does get picked by the bomb by Remy though, so the push that they would have is going to be stalled a little bit, but still they're going to be getting pushed by bvsl this time, and they have the bomb rush and the inkjet ready. They're going to have a really quick armor when they do get back in. They're going to have the armor soon. They do pop it, and are they going to jet with it? They do, and they're going to have a really good lockout here if they can play their cards right.
I love the way Luke and Sam played that opening. They were pushed together at the same time. However, Shockwave somehow on the flank, uncontested, unseen, as he's just able to get the guy on the tower. Voice,
wow.
He's going to jump away and play his life as 3 people do go down. Shockwave, I think he's going to maybe go for the spawn kill. He's a little bit too slow, though, on getting there. However, okay, he is able to drop down, live. He's going to try and see if he can get the pick on the jet. Wouldn't be surprised if Inkjets here, the Toxic Bomb and the Inkstorm do come out. Might be waiting for armor here. He's going to get pressured. Luke sneaking up. However, 2-down situation already on the side of Krakens, as Sam and Voice are pushing towards the tower. Remy just trying to live. Will he even try to play for the checkpoint? I'm not sure. I think he's going to try and see if he can find a pick onto Sam. Sam dipping and dodging, being super slippery. Ooh, Isaac goes down and Chocolate doesn't recall. This is looking a little bit rough here. There is 3.5 minutes left in the game here, so nothing's completely decided yet. However, with these specials looking on the side of bvsl already ready, the armor coming out right now, the Inkshot and the Stingray, they're trying to find something. They absolutely just annihilate the guy in the close, and Choco gets the flank again. Choco gets 2 on the flank. Choco keeps flanking in these picks. No one's able to find him, and Shockwave just opens everything up time and time again, saying, come on, team, I'm giving us the openings. We have to do something. What will we do here? We have to find any sort of positioning, any sort of specials, any sort of something moving forward.
Yeah, he has been, the past 2 pushes, he just goes through bridge and flanks the tower. I'd imagine next time bvsl is going to be aware of that, so we'll see what happens. But last push for Krakens, it seemed like Shockwave was a little too far up at the start and just put them in a bad position. Shockwave does go down here, but I'd imagine that, like, what I was trying to say is that, like, for Krakens to get a push, they're all gonna have to be together. I think, like, that's a little too far of the knot the first time, but here we are. We have bvsl bombing them out. They do get all the picks. They pincer them in mid. That's so good. They have Inkjet ready. I'd imagine they're gonna get armor again very soon. They're gonna get another opportunity to push this here, and this time it seems like, oh, the junior does go down. That's unfortunate, but it does seem like they're aware of their need of bridge control. Hazard does go down on the zap, which is really good for the side of bvsl. Oh, 2 goes down. This is just the blob now, and this is so good because now not only do they have lost their armor player for the zap, the first pick, now they lost so much utility, and they're going to get such a good push. If they get this second check, it's going to be really difficult for Krakens to bring this back, and from the looks of things, it's not looking like they're going to be able to stop that check. We have Hazard going for the solo play on the tower. Shockwave there gets the pick on the tower again. He's just going mid, but we have Barry to counteract that, and now it's just Ray-Me is last. There's a really clutch stop.
Right now, Krakens are getting outslayed completely right now. The not Sam on bvsl going absolutely crazy. It's 14 KA and within like the first 3 minutes of the game. Like, that's absolutely insane. Like, he's absolutely playing out of his mind right now with Luke not far behind at 11. They're just making the miracle play. Here we go. The armor's happening. This has to be the push. Last minute of the game. Sam backing off, trying to play his life. The Stingray does happen. Isaac on the tower using the bomb push, throwing bombs all around the tower, trying to live as best he can. The Stingray happening. Sam finds a pick on the hazard, and then Isaac goes down to the Stingray. Raimi going down also with Sam, and the push is halted there. There was one more push, one more attempt for Krakens, as the shot was a little bit too aggressive, and Sam with 17 KA. 40 seconds left in the game. Will he break 20 is my question.
Dude, he's still going too. This guy was a 3K right there. And he's still just applying so much pressure just being here. Like, them knowing he's there. They armor jet as well. Such good coordination. Both Voice and Sam are both on Cataclysm. They are used to armor jetting for each other. It's really nice to see this really clutch that's going on right now. Like, Sam is just popping off. Also, no slouch to Luke, who's doing really well, like, just pinching everyone that Sam's giving opportunities for as well. It's just so nice. That's so good play to see him. And let's see if they can clutch his back. But Sam does get the pick on the armor player. That's really Sam is just popping off. Oh, the 22k on Sam. He's so good. That's game set point, and the winner of SOS 33, it goes to bvsl. So very well done on both sides. It was a really fun tournament to not only like watch but commentate. Like, every single set was so close. It was such a fun experience.
And Voice and Luke and Barry Sam took over the game there. That last 2 minutes of the game was just all Sam,
dude,
right?
The last game was just Sam, bro.
Literally just Sam going absolutely insane. The reverse sweep, not gonna happen. Krakens get denied of another tournament victory. Unfortunate, but, you know, we have to crown the new victors here. bvsl, our new champions. SOS 33, the new winners are bvsl, playing absolutely insane that last game. You know, it was looking a bit dicey, not gonna lie. I honestly thought the reverse sweep was gonna happen. I thought they have all the momentum, they have everything, but when it came down to it in the clutch, the very end, them pulling through, Sam yet again and going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that was insane to see. Like, Sam, I think like struggled on the maps where Blob I figured would have a good time at the Reef. I guess I'd assume that the Blob just struggled to get the control that it did on the other maps, and Sam just had the space to just do what he does and just frag. So it was really awesome to see. A good play all around by Sam. Also, the support to Sam, like Voice's armors, were really good. They're always there when he wanted to inkjet and such. And Barry's anchoring on the top mid and their pushes towards the end and stuff was also really strong, because they did catch on to the fact that Shockwave did try to push through bridge, or he did push through bridge the first 2 times he tried to push, and it just really good adaptability by them. It did take, like, the momentum was in the Kraken's favor. It was just really interesting to see how it played out. It was a really good game, really good set. Very, very honored to commentate that.
For sure. Well, I guess that marks the very end of this tournament here. SOS 33, yet again, one final time. Give it up for the champions, bvsl, for winning SOS 33. One more time. I have been Ross_3KS. You can find me at literally everything at Ross_3KS, and Twitter with Ross_3KS1 because my username is already taken. And
you can find me on Twitter at SwagLordWhoop, and both our team Twitter is at Madhouse_SPO. We are hoping to get started on that. We're going to be improving much. It's just going to be really exciting, I think, in the future for us. So check that out. Check out. I think next SOS is going to be a blast. I hope you guys are all going to come back for the next one. Yeah, it's just really fun all around.
Yep. Make sure everyone to drop a follow on the stream if you have not already, to catch more great Splatoon 2 content coming at you from IPL, the organization, with tournaments being hosted multiple times a week for all sort of different things. So if you don't want to miss out on all the epic action that comes your way, make sure you drop a follow on the stream right now. And with that being said, thanks for watching.